Arànilọ́wọ́ yóò ràn ọ́ lọ́wọ́. Ọfà ṣíṣe ò ní bà ọ́. Kànga rẹ ò ní gbẹ.
Jésù.
Kànga rẹ ò ní gbẹ. Ìsùn rẹ ò ní dí. Ète òkùnkùn lórí rẹ lọ́sẹ̀ yìí ò ní ṣẹ.
Jésù.
Àwọn ọmọ rẹ ò ní ṣìnì lọ́sẹ̀. Nínú òwò rẹ lọ́sẹ̀ yìí ò ní jẹ gbèsè.
Jésù.
Ìdí ayé ò ní dí ọ. Nàìjíríà yóò wà lálàáfíà. Àkórè ògo ò ní kórè ògo rẹ. Àdániláàmú ò ní dá ọ láàmú.
Jésù.
Àṣìnilọ́nà ò ní ṣe ọ lọ́nà. Wàrà jẹjẹun. Gbogbo ìtọ́ni tó wà lọ́sẹ̀ yìí Ọlọ́run ó fi bá ọ lò. Etí rẹ ó sì sí. Ó sì yin Ọlọ́run. Olúwa yóò tan fìtílà rẹ. Yóò tan fìtílà rẹ. Bàbá mi yóò tan fìtílà rẹ. Lọ́wọ́ àánú yóò tan fìtílà rẹ. Ó ní rìn inú òkùnkùn. Ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún wa. Ẹ̀yin Ọlọ́run àánú.
Ẹ ṣé Olúwa. Ẹ ṣé bàbá o. Ẹ ṣé Olúwa. Àwa dúpẹ́ o bàbá. Ẹ ṣé Olúwa. Ẹ ṣé bàbá o. Ẹ ṣé Olúwa. Àwa dúpẹ́ o bàbá.
Pàrọ̀ pé ta ló ń fi ìka bá mi rìn?
Ta ló ń fi ìka bá mi rìn?
Ta la gbìn sí àyíká mi láti dà mí láàmú?
Ta la gbìn sí àyíká mi láti dà mí láàmú?
Olúwa kíná bọ̀ wọ́n lára.
Olúwa kíná bọ̀ wọ́n lára.
Ẹ sọ́dàdúrà.
Orúkọ Jésù ẹ̀mí mímọ́ o.
Bàbá mi.
Ta la gbìn sí àyíká mi láti dà mí láàmú?
Ta ló ń fi ìka bá mi rìn?
Ta ló fi ìka bá mi rìnrìn àjò ayé mi?
Ta la gbìn sí àyíká mi láti dà mí láàmú?
Bàbá ti ná bọ̀ wọ́n lára.
Ẹ̀mí mọ́ kíná bọ̀ wọ́n lára.
Jésù kíná bọ̀ wọ́n lára.
Jésù mi kíná bọ̀ wọ́n lára.
Ẹ̀mí mọ́ kíná bọ̀ wọ́n lára.
Ọlọ́run àánú kíná bọ̀ wọ́n lára.
Alẹ́ náà tá a gbèsè àyíká àwọn ọmọ mi láti fi dà wọ́n lára.
Olúwa wa. Náà Olúwa tóbi jọjọ sí wa. Gbogbo ọmọ Ọlọ́run tí a gbàlà, àgbà wọn là kí wọ́n lè jẹun èlò fún Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo ọmọ Ọlọ́run tí a pè kó lè jẹ́ fìtílà fún àgbáyé. Ó pariwo ní ọjọ́ sí ó ní ẹ̀yin ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ayé. Ìlú tá a tẹ̀dó sí orí òkè. Ó ní kò lè farasin. Kò sọ pé ẹ̀yin ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, ẹ̀yin ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ Ìbàdàn, ẹ̀yin ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ Èkìtì. No, ìmọ́lẹ̀ ayé. Gbogbo ayé ló jẹ́ ìmọ́lẹ̀ fún Matthew chapter 5:13-14. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo ayé ni ọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀yin ó bá sì jẹ́ ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo ayé, ó gbọ́dọ̀ súnmọ́ orísun ìmọ́lẹ̀ àgbáyé. Gbọ́dọ̀ máa gba òróró láti ọ̀dọ̀ adániwáyé. Gbogbo ohun tí ènìyàn ó bá jẹ́ láyé nínú ìyàsọ́tọ̀ ló wà. Gbogbo ẹni tí Ọlọ́run rí lò láyé, a yà wọ́n sọ́tọ̀ ni. Gbogbo irinṣẹ́ tí Olúwa lò, irinṣẹ́ ìyàsọ́tọ̀ ni. Gbogbo ẹni tí ayé ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún, irinṣẹ́ ìyàsọ́tọ̀ ni wọ́n. Gbogbo ẹni tó dá nǹkan kan ṣe tí ayé ń béèrè pé bo ló ti rí ṣe, irinṣẹ́ ìyàsọ́tọ̀ ni wọ́n. Ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ní agbára púpọ̀. A máa yànnàná àwọn èèyàn tí ó rí àánú wọ̀nyí gbà àti ohun tí wọ́n ṣe tí wọ́n fi rí gbà. Inú Exodus chapter 32:29, for Moses had said, consecrate yourself today to the Lord. Ẹ̀yà ara yín sọ́tọ̀ lónìí fún Ọlọ́run. Even every man upon his sons and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. Ẹ̀yà ara yín sọ́tọ̀. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ, ẹ̀yin bàbá, ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n gbogbo. Ó ní kí ìbùkún Ọlọ́run lè jẹ́ tiyín. Ẹ rí, ó bá wọn ní etí odò. Ó ní ẹ máa tẹ̀lé mi. Ẹ̀yà ara yín sọ́tọ̀ sọ́dọ̀. Torí mo fẹ́ fi ìbùkún fún yín. Ẹ máa bọ̀ ní ọ̀dọ̀ mi. Mo fẹ́ gbé ìbùkún kan fún yín. Gbogbo ẹni tí yóò bá jẹ́yàn láyé, inú ìyàsọ́tọ̀ láò ti fi àánú gbé wọn jáde. Àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀yìn nìyẹn o. Ó bá wọn níbi tí wọ́n ti ń pẹja. Ó ní ẹ máa tẹ̀lé mi. Màá sọ yín di apẹja ènìyàn. Ẹ máa tẹ̀lé mi. Màá sọ yín di apẹja ènìyàn. Nígbà tó dé Matthew chapter 10:1, ó ló pè wọ́n sọ́dọ̀ kó tó rán wọn jáde. Ìyà rẹ̀ ní sọ́tọ̀. Gbẹgbẹ̀rún fẹ́ kọ́ lọ ń lo àwọn wọn rántí pé ìyàsọ́tọ̀ ní ń bí lílò. Nígbà tá a dé nù ìwé Róòmù orí 12 ẹsẹ̀ 1 àti 2. Ṣé ẹ rí ń bẹ̀yẹn kẹ́ka fún wa?
Nítorí náà mo fi ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run bẹ̀ yín ará.
Mo fi ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run bẹ̀ yín ará.
Kí ẹ̀yin kó fi ara yín fún Ọlọ́run ní ẹbọ àyè mímọ́.
Kí ẹ fi ara yín fún Ọlọ́run bí ẹbọ àyè mímọ́.
Ìtẹ́wọ́gbà.
Ìtẹ́wọ́gbà.
Èyí ni ẹ̀sìn yín tí ó tọ̀nà.
Èyí ni sẹ́ẹ̀sì yín tí ó tọ̀nà.
Kí ẹ má ṣe darapọ̀ mọ́ ayé yìí.
Ẹ má ṣe darapọ̀ mọ́ ayé yìí.
Ṣùgbọ́n kí ẹ paradà láti di titun kúrò nínú èrò yín.
Ẹ paradà láti di titun nínú èrò
ìfẹ́ Ọlọ́run tí ó dára.
Kí ẹ lè rí ìdí ìfẹ́ Ọlọ́run tó dára.
tí ó sì pé.
tí ó sì pé tí ó pé tó sì ṣe ìtẹ́wọ́gbà. mo gbàdúrà fún ọ wàá yọ̀ǹda ara rẹ.
Àmín.
àmì wo la máa rí lára àwọn tó yára wọn sọ́tọ̀? ìkíní, ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu wọn máa yàtọ̀. wọn ò ní sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo èèyàn ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀. o ò lè rí wọn kán máa gbúdúgbúdú jẹjẹjẹjẹjẹ. ẹni tí ó bá ti ya rẹ̀ sọ́tọ̀ ẹnu ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀tì kọ́kọ́ mọ̀. ẹ ní rí wípé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dìbà jẹ́ kan máa jáde lẹ́nu ẹ̀. wọ́n lè máa sọ̀rọ̀ èèyàn kí wọ́n bá ń bẹ̀. ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu ẹ̀ ẹ ti mọ̀ pé ẹni ìyàsọ́tọ̀ lélẹ̀. ọ̀rọ̀ ìbínú kan ò lè jáde lẹ́nu ẹ̀. àmì kejì, ẹ lè rí ojú ìgbéraga lójú wọn. ẹ lè rí ojú ìgbéraga lójú wọn. wọ́n ṣe agbéraga ènìyàn. onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ni wọ́n. ẹ lè rí ojú ìgbéraga. ó ti wà nítorí pé a ti wó wọn palẹ̀. a ti yà wọ́n sọ́tọ̀. ìkẹta, ẹ ò lè rí ìrìn ìrédè òru lẹ́sẹ̀ wọn. bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń bọ̀ láago mọ́kànlá òru yìí. akànnì àárín lọ. ẹ lè rí kí ẹsẹ̀ wọn sáré sí ibi. kẹ́yìn ni wípé ọkàn wọn ìgbèrò ibi. ẹ rí inú ọkàn wọn. kò sí èrò ibi lọ́kàn wọn. ẹ̀karùn-ún, wọn ì ní ọ̀rẹ́ tí ayé wọn ò wú Ọlọ́run. ẹnìkan ní show me your friend and I will tell you who you are. ẹni tí a bá ti yà sọ́tọ̀, àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wọn máa ń mọ̀ níwọ̀n. kì í ṣe gbogbo ayé ló máa jọ̀rẹ́ wọn. ẹ lè rí ẹni tí ayé rẹ̀ wú ni kó jọ̀rẹ́ wọn. torí pé ẹni bí ahun níra ahun he. lè ṣe máa rẹ́ lómi ta ayé ọ̀dà ta ló ń fẹ́ yàwó tó dà. Olúwa fún mi níyàwó gidi. ayé tí ò gidi. ẹni tí ò gidi ló máa rẹ́ ni tí ò gidi. Ọlọ́run nígbà kó lọ bá yé ẹni ẹlẹ́ni jẹ́. ṣé wọ́n kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ káyé rẹ̀ gidi náà wàá réèyàn gidi fẹ́. jẹ́ káyé rẹ̀ gidi náà wàá réèyàn gidi bá rìn. mo gbàdúrà fún ọ láàárọ̀ yìí ní ọjọ́ ajé. gbogbo ohun tí ó yí ọ ká tó ń bí Ọlọ́run nínú ó yá jáde nínú.
Àmín.
mo rán ọ jáde ní òní ọjọ́ ajé. májẹ̀mú á tẹ̀lé ọ.
Àmín.
ojú Olúwa bọ́ ọrin.
Àmín.
ọkùnrin ẹ̀mí rẹ yóò di fìtílà Olúwa.
Àmín.
àṣírí tó yẹ kó mọ̀ lọ́sẹ̀ Olúwa yóò tú fún.
Àmín.
adániwáyé yóò jà fún.
Àmín.
ìpín rẹ ò ní burú.
Àmín.
ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí yóò gbé ọ.
Àmín.
òwò tó o fẹ́ ṣe tó o rà ò ní ṣe o.
Àmín.
wọ́n ní ọmọ dáwọ́lé òwò tí ó jẹ́ òrà o. fẹ́ lọ kówó lé nǹkan o. lọ́wọ́ ni o gbàdúrà o. o gbàdúrà pẹ̀lú Psalm 10 o. lọ́wọ́ àtọ́ mi mọ̀ jẹ́ kí n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbé o. wọ́n lọ fẹ́ lọ ṣe project kan o. lọ́wọ́ mọ̀ jẹ́ o ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbé o. kò béèrè lọ́wọ́ adániwáyé pé Olúwa mọ̀ jẹ́ n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbé o. ojú ò ní tì ọ́ o.
Àmín.
ẹ̀yin èèyàn tí ẹ ti ń bá wa lọ nínú wákàtí kọ̀ọ̀kan lálẹ́ ọ̀hún ṣé ẹ ti ń rí ọwọ́ Ọlọ́run. ó tún máa wà lálẹ́ báyìí o. aago 11 sí 12 lórí Facebook. àṣẹ ọmọ jáde sí ọ ní lórí Facebook. Adéníyì Peter Olópọ̀rọ̀kọ̀ on Facebook. a yẹn kó jẹ́ hanla. Peter yẹn kó jẹ́ pinla. Olópọ̀rọ̀kọ̀ kó jẹ́ hola on Facebook. Adéníyì Peter Olópọ̀rọ̀kọ̀ on Facebook. àti Mercy Monday TV on YouTube. lórí TikTok Prophet Olópọ̀rọ̀kọ̀. Instagram wa P Olópọ̀rọ̀kọ̀ ló gbà wọlé. mo gbàdúrà bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń lọ ní òpin ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí kò ní di òpin ẹ̀mí.
Àmín.
ẹ ó rí Ọlọ́run.
Àmín.
ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún wa.
Àmín.
Jésù Olúwa wa.
Àmín.
nọ́mbà tó mọ̀ pèsè rèé. gbogbo ẹni tẹ́ ń gbé àyíká Port Harcourt 080-3710-2402 080-3710-2402.
ètò eré òwúrọ̀ ni ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbọ́ tán yẹn láti iléeṣẹ́ ìránṣẹ́ Love of Christ Chapel International. bàbá wa Adéníyì Olópọ̀rọ̀kọ̀ ni wọ́n fi oúnjẹ ẹ̀mí bọ́ wa. àánú Ọlọ́run kò ní fi gbogbo wa sílẹ̀. kí Ọlọ́run kí ó bùkún fún yín. Jésù lolúwa.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today95.1 FM.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from my esteemed panelists. Today's quest 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
Good morning and welcome to the show. Welcome everyone to today's quest on Today 95.1 FM. It's the 22nd of December 2025. So we're give and take about 3 days to Christmas. That is the 25th of December. Time checking our studios this morning is 6:21 a.m. Welcome everyone to the show. Christmas week edition of today's Quest, our breakfast special on Today 95.1 FM. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so we're together from now till almost 11:30 a.m. doing what we do. So let me bring you up to speed on some of the things we expect. My name, Kelly Ikemenjima, your host on the show. From 6:30, that's in about 8 minutes from now, our sports team will be bringing us gist from the sporting world on Sports Attack. Race through that to 6:55. An exit for a sponsored religious program, Living with Purpose, will take us till 7. 7 a.m. will be time for the news. And after the news at 7, we'll pay some bills and check out what the papers are saying today on the newspaper review segment. We'll do our review. Panelists will join us. We'll look at some of the issues, and your contributions we'll look forward to taking as well. That's a summary of what to expect on the show. One more time, welcome everyone. A very good morning to you.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.
December. Oti la 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 December. Don't stop, eternal has begun. Oh, hard, my piano break down with heavy log drums. Boom, 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 drop it low and bring it back. Christmas groove all night.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Catch all the latest and trending sports stories on Sports Attack on your premium talk, news, and sports radio station.
6:30 a.m.
every weekday.
For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Sports Attack on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Adekuri Odwaya, Nigerian first ever world silver medalist in wrestling.
Hi everyone, my name is Ese Brume, Commonwealth and African long jump champion. You're listening to Sports Attack on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, Manchester United, they did lose by 2-1 yesterday to Aston Villa in the English Premier League, and that was not just the only bone of contention. Well, captain and influential playmaker Bruno Fernandes, that man went off injured yesterday in that game between Aston Villa and Manchester United at Villa Park, and reports having it he could be out for a while. Yeah, definitely not playing the festive season games and could be out for way longer than that. Now, how much will that impact Manchester United? Now, how much will that impact Manchester United, Bruno Fernandes' absence from the side due to injury? And also, Kylian Mbappe equaled Cristiano Ronaldo's record at Real Madrid for most goals in a calendar year. Now, does that man have it within himself or within him to break Ronaldo's records? Or we say match the impact of Ronaldo or surpass it at Real Madrid? And also, the African Cup of Nations did commence last night to be precise, when Morocco defeated Comoros by 2-0 in a hard-fought game for Morocco. 2 second-half goals from Brahim Diaz and Ayoub El Kabi to give Morocco the 2-0 victory. Now, looking at how things have started, who are you seeing as the favourites for the African Cup of Nations 2025 over there in Morocco? And on that note, I say good morning and welcome to Sports Attack on your premium talk, news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM. You are listening to the voice of Harry Ogugo here with you this lovely Monday morning, being the 22nd of December 2025. It's a new week upon us, and yes, this week has a special date in it, and that has to be Christmas. But yeah, we have to take it day by day before we do get to Christmas. So today is the 22nd, and we are here as usual on Sports Attack on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, to dish out the latest happenings in the world of sports and what transpired in the world of sports over the weekend. Yes, we do have our feedback platforms for you to be a part of the show and give your answers to our questions. How will Bruno Fernandes' injury and absence impact Manchester United? Now, do you think there's something of concern or worry for the Manchester United side? Can Kylian Mbappe surpass Cristiano Ronaldo's legacy and numbers at Real Madrid, as the man did equal Ronaldo's record of most amount of goals in a calendar year for the Los Blancos, and also who is or who are your favorites for the African Cup of Nations. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The phone lines will be open during the show for you to call in and give your answers to our questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I say take a seat, fasten your seatbelts, and let's get this show on the road.
For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Sports Attack on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Adekuri Odwan, Nigerian first ever world silver medalist in wrestling.
Hi everyone, my name is Ese Brume, Commonwealth and African long jump champion. You're listening to Sports Attack on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Don't touch that dial.
Now let's start things off with the National Sports Commission. As the chairman of the National Sports Commission, Malam Shehu Diko, has been talking about the strides the commission has made under his tutelage since taking charge or coming back into existence after the sports ministry was suspended or banned by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2024. He did cite the interest of certain high-profile individuals in federations due to the active work of the National Sports Commission. Let's get to hear from that man, Malam Shehu Diko.
So everything is perfect, and we are all collaborating together, working as one family, because the objective is one. If they fail, we fail. If they succeed, we succeed. So nobody will come and in between us and say this and that and that. That is the reason why we had the federation elections. For example, look at the caliber of people that came to say they want to be president of federations, because they see a different shift from what is happening before. We have, for example, the Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister of the Economy, coming to be president of Basketball Federation. We have the Controller General of Custom coming to be the president of wrestling. We have the Senator Lankwambo taking chase. We have Senator Obina Oba taking traditional sports. People, even yesterday, I received a letter from a permanent secretary in the federal government asking to be nominated into a federation as a floor member, because they have seen a paradigm shift from the way the NSC and the federations are working. They are part of us. That's why since we came in, there's no crisis anywhere, because we know the game, we know what is at stake, we know what we have to do, and we give every federation the maximum support that they need for them to succeed. If they succeed, Nigeria succeed. The NSC succeed.
Still talking about the NSC and its chairman, Malam Shehu Diko. Well, he has confirmed that long-awaited rewards for Nigeria's Super Eagles, Super Falcons, and D-Tigers have been fully approved and are being processed. Now, he made the disclosure during a television interview on Friday. Now, according to Diko, the Super Falcons and the Tigers are being rewarded for winning their respective African titles, while the Super Eagles will be honored for finishing runners-up at the 2023 African Cup of Nations in Cote d'Ivoire. The rewards include houses, land, national honors, and cash incentives, all of which have received presidential approval. He added that the certificate of occupancy for houses in Lagos and Abuja have been secured, national honors have been finalized, and cash payments are at an advanced stage, currently being processed by the relevant government office. A development expected to bring relief to the athletes and sports stakeholders nationwide. Now let's get to hear from Malam Shehu Diko.
Yeah, I can tell you, Mr. President has already approved those houses and the land for the Super Eagles and the national awards and the monies for the Falcons and what have you. And all that has been processed. As I speak to you now, I have in my possession all the CFO title documents for the houses of the players, the ones that went in Lagos, the ones that went in Abuja, for both the Super Eagles, the Falcons, and the Tigers. I have them with me to the houses. And the land, Wikis has already finished possessing the lands. I'm sure we get it anytime soon for the land for Abuja. National award, I have all their certificates for their own national awards for the players, for the Super Eagles, the Tigers, and the Falcons. Okay. For the money, it has been processed by the finance. It's already at the payment point at the Accountant General office. So by tomorrow, when we go to Morocco, we are going to hand over the physical certificate of occupancy for all the players. And this is a record time. The last time this was done, The players got their houses 20 years after. At least we are able to deliver this within 1 year plus.
And yes, from there, let's head over to the world of boxing. But before that, Bruno Fernandes, what will his injury or what impact would that have on Manchester United till the man does come back? And also, can Kylian Mbappe surpass Ronaldo's legacy and numbers at Real Madrid after equaling the man's record for number of goals scored in a calendar year for the Los Blancos? And also, who is your favorites for the African Cup of Nations, as it did kick off last night when Morocco did defeat Comoros by 2-0. And over to boxing, where Anthony Joshua needed 6 rounds to stop boxing novice Jake Paul in what many are calling one of the most glaring mismatches in modern boxing. Now, Paul spent long stretches circling and avoiding exchanges as Joshua grew visibly frustrated before the former world champion finally broke through with knockdowns in the 5th and 6th rounds. That fight ended at Miami's Kaseya Center when a clean right hand left Paul unable to beat the count, though there was relief when he rose and exited the ring unaided. Now, Joshua admitted it was not his sharpest night and immediately shifted focus to his long-discussed showdown with Tyson Fury. Let's get to hear from the man, Anthony Joshua.
It wasn't the best performance. It wasn't the best. The end goal was to get Jake Paul, pin him down and hurt him. That has been the request leading up, and that was on my mind. It took a bit longer than expected, but the right hand finally found a destination. Now, Jake Paul, he's done really well tonight. I want to give him his props. He got up time and time again. It was difficult in there for him, but he kept on trying to find a way. It takes a real man to do that. Anyone who laces up his gloves, we always say we give them their respect. We have to give Jake his respect for trying and trying and trying. Well done, but he came up against a real fighter tonight that's had a 15-month layoff. We shook off the cobwebs, and I can't wait to roll into 2026. And if Tyson Fury is as serious as he thinks he is, and he wants to put down his Twitter fingers and put on some gloves and come and fight one of the realest fighters out there that will take on any challenge, step in the ring with me next if you're a real bad boy. Don't do all that talking, AJ this, AJ that. Let's see you in the ring and talk with your fists. Is that good for you? That is good.
Meanwhile, for Jake Paul, the promised historic upset never materialized. The American was repeatedly flawed and resorted to holding on as the size and power gap told, though he did land a few shots and lasted into the 6th round. Now, the man did give his reaction and also said, well, I might be going, or he will be going for the cruiserweight title next, or any of the cruiserweight titles next. Let's hear from Jake Paul.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. That was fun. I love this sport. I gave it my all. It's crazy. I had a blast, and thank you to all the fans and everyone. I'm just blessed by God to be able to put on performances like this and big shows with Netflix. Thank you to all my fans and everyone at home. Anthony's a great fighter, and I got my ass beat, but that's what this sport's about. I love this, and I'm going to come back and get a world championship belt at some point. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I just got tired, to be honest. Like, it was just so much handling his weight. I think if I could have had better cardio, I think I could have kept it up and kept on fighting, but he did amazing. He hits really hard, and I just did my personal best. Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna heal the broken jaw, come back and fight people my weight, go for the Cruiserweight World title.
And yes, it's time for us to head over to the phone lines to get to hear your thoughts and answers as regards our question. How much of an impact will Bruno Fernandes' injury have on Manchester United this festive period with its fixtures coming thick and fast? And also, reports have it the man could be out for a bit longer than the festive period. How much will this affect Manchester United's season? And also, can Kylian Mbappe surpass Real Madrid or Ronaldo's legacy and numbers at Real Madrid? The man has equaled Ronaldo's record of the number of goals, or highest number of goals scored in a calendar year, and as well as the African Cup of Nations in Morocco. It kicked off last night with Morocco defeating Comoros by 2-0. Would you see winning this competition taking place in Morocco? Hello, caller. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
We are good to check the calling. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mike. It's great to have you on the show. I greet you too.
Yeah. Talking about the Nations Cup, I think no doubt Morocco, with their current form, what they are playing right now, and the nation they have improved in football, I think, and they are the favorite, no doubt. They are a good footballing team, and they are also the hosting team, I think, and they are the favorite. Then okay. I can insert maybe Senegal and then Nigeria might come to it. I think the Nations Cup always shows our worth. That's our birthright.
Okay.
Talking of Manchester United, Bruno Fernandes, I think it would be a big loss. We can see, I think, he's one of the most best creative in midfield in Italy right now. And then without Mbeumo, no Ahmad, I think it should be a good loss for Manchester United. Let's see how they will survive this festive time.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts.
I was talking about Mbappe, and I don't see Mbappe can break the calendar year, but the total goal of Real Madrid, I don't see it cannot near.
Okay.
But the calendar year, I think he has one more match this year. He can surpass that one.
Okay, thank you so much for your answers there, Mr. Mike. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Do well to keep the calls coming in and give your answers to our questions as we get ready to talk some football on Sports Attack this morning. How much of an impact will Bruno Fernandes' injury have on the Manchester United squad? Can Kylian Mbappe surpass Ronaldo's legacy in Real Madrid? And also, who wins the African Cup of Nations for you? Hello, Carlo, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Kabulu Barry. Great to have you on the show this morning.
Yeah, about the issue on ground. Kylian Mbappe will surpass Ronaldo's record, though. That one is certain. And then Bruno Fernandes, he will affect Man U very, very well. And me, I love the injury that he got. Let him be there because I like when I see Man U suffer.
Okay.
That's for me. Then for the Nations Cup, quite all right. Morocco is favorite, but see this our Nations Cup. No be against a European team like Morocco go play against the African team. Now Comoros and they play too, so I not say they feel winner, but the tournament will hard for them. But that's that.
Okay, thank you so much, Kabulu Barry, for your thoughts there. Let's take this call before we head over to football. Hello, caller. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, my brother.
Good morning. This sounds like Collins P.
Yeah, Collins P. calling from.
Okay, please go ahead.
Happy New Week.
Yeah, same to you.
Well, I'm unsure of Kylian, but I think, the guy, very great talent. I think he can surpass Ronaldo for African Cup of Nations. As a Nigerian, in as much as I know that Nigeria will have so many, players, so many talented players, I think Nigeria, I'm giving the cup to Nigeria. This is the truth because last time, Ivory Coast, narrowly took that cup, away from Nigeria. So this particular one belongs to us. Emeleko. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Collins P. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the much we can take as regards calls this morning as regards our questions here on Sports Attack. Well, we'll be right back on the show to talk some football. So do not go anywhere. Sports Attack. We'll be right back. Yes, this is your Sports Attack on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM. And you are still listening to the voice of Harry Ogugo here with you this lovely Monday morning. And let's head over to talk some football on Sports Attack, as we will be kicking things off with the Nigerian Premier Football League, where we had match day 18 encounters over the weekend. Yes, well, there was a rescheduled match day 5 encounter between Barao FC and Rivers United. Rivers United losing that one by 4-1. But from yesterday we did have the match day 18 encounters, as at the Remo Stars Stadium, Bernard Insurance recorded an impressive away victory. Actually, Remo Stars by 3-2 in a cleanly contested fixture in Enugu Rangers International continued their strong home form with a 2-1 victory over Ikorodu City FC. Elsewhere, Kano Pillars were held to a 1-1 draw by Plateau United in Kano, while Abia Warriors secured a narrow 1-0 victory against Warri Wolves at the Lekon Salami Stadium in Ibadan. Shooting Stars delighted their fans with a hard-fought 2-1 triumph over Niger Tornadoes, and defensive discipline was on display in Bauchi as Wiki Tories and Kun Khalifat FC played out a goalless draw. Kwara United strengthened their position on the table with a comfortable 2-0 victory over Bayelsa United in Ilori, and one of the standout games of the weekend took place in Maiduguri, where El Kanemi Warriors edged Eyimba by 3-2 in an entertaining 5-goal thriller. And it will, on match the 18 fixtures, will conclude with Katsina United set to take on Rivers United on Monday, which is today, and also tomorrow we'll be having Asara United take on Barao FC. Now let's run through the match day 18 results. In the MPFL, Remo Stars did lose by 3-2 to Bendel Insurance Rangers. International defeated the Ikorodu City by 2-1. Kano Pillars played out a 1-0 draw with Plateau United. Abia Warriors are 1-0 victors over Warri. Shooting Stars defeated Niger Tornadoes by 2-1. Wiki Tourists played out a goalless draw with Kun Khalifat FC, while Kwara United defeated Bayelsa United by 2-0. And El Kanemi Warriors defeated Enyimba by 3-2. Today is Rivers United taking on Katsina United, while Nasarawa United will take on Barao FC on Tuesday. And let's head over to talk about Super Eagles of Nigeria, as Chairman of the National Sports Commission, Malam Shehu Diko, has alleged that Nigeria's case against DR Congo and their fielding of ineligible players is very tight. Now, Super Eagles have formally asked FIFA to sanction DR Congo, claiming some players were improperly cleared after previously representing other countries. Speaking on Rise TV, Diko insisted Nigeria is acting with the rules, not out of bitterness, adding that there are strong suspicions that DR Congo failed to follow FIFA regulations in securing eligibility approvals for certain players.
Then we find out a day before the qualifiers, they were getting clearances to that from FIFA that the players are qualified to play. But if you look back, what gave them the confidence to name a player of another nationality in a squad to play a match 2 weeks after, when he's not qualified to play for you until the day before the match to receive the permission? So that is allowed for us. After the qualifiers, yes, we lost. Unfortunately, everybody was angry about it. We are not so losers, but it's part of the rules. We bring in our legal team, we bring in our international lawyers, we look at the legal opinion, we look at the laws. We find out there are some suspicions that some things have not been done right according to the laws of the game and what if are required before you can have an eligible player. They are probably, from what we found out, they have misrepresented their position to FIFA to obtain those clearances, which now have been, if that is confirmed to be true, has vitiated all the passport issues and everything and what have you, because the laws in Congo is different, and it's the responsibility of the federation to ensure that you issue your passport in accordance with the law.
And still talking about the Super Eagles and the NFF, where the Nigerian Football Federation has confirmed plans to organize a ceremonial send-off in honor of former Super Eagles captain William Troost Ekong following the conclusion of the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Elsewhere, heading over to the African Cup of Nations, where the Confederation of African Football has appointed Mauritanian referee Dahan Beda to officiate Nigeria's group match against Tanzania at this year's African Cup of Nations. And over to what happened on the pitch last night, as Morocco defeated Indian Ocean Islanders Comoros by 2-0. Second half goals from Brahim Diaz and Ayub El Kabi with a fantastic overhead kick, giving Morocco a 2-0 victory. Also, Rahimi did have a penalty saved in the first half by Comoros goalkeeper Yannick Pandor to keep things level. It was a tight game, but Morocco were able to triumph at the end of the day. Also, the Confederation of African Football has confirmed sweeping changes to the continent's football calendar, with the AFCON set to move to a 4-year cycle after the 2027 edition. This was announced by CAF President Patrice Motsepe, and the AFCON 2027 will be joint hosted by Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania as well. In a major development, also, CAF has introduced the African Nations League will introduce the African Nations League after 2027, as well as confirming the cancellation of the African Nations for Championship, the CHAN, yes, from 2027 as well. And now let's head over to give you some of the results from the major leagues across Europe that were played over the weekend. We start off with the English Premier League, and on Saturday, Newcastle United played out a 2-2 draw with Chelsea. Chelsea coming from 2 goals down. Bournemouth played out a 1-0 draw with Burnley, while Brighton and Hove Albion defeated Sunderland played out a goalless draw with Sunderland, beg your pardon. Manchester City defeated West Ham United by 3-0, while Wolverhampton Wanderers were 2-0 losers to Brentford at Molineux. Liverpool defeated 9-man Tottenham by 2-1, while Arsenal defeated Everton with a Victor Gyökeres penalty by 1-0. Leeds United did defeat Crystal Palace by 4-1, and yesterday we had Manchester United losing by 2-1 to Aston Villa. In the Italian Serie A, on Saturday we had SSC Lazio play out a goalless draw with Cremonese, while Juventus defeated AS Roma by 2-1. Yesterday we had Cagliari play out a 2-2 draw with Pisa, and Sassuolo lose by 1-0 to Torino. Fiorentina defeated 10-man Udinese by 5-1 with Maduka Okoye in red, and Genoa did lose by 1-0 to Atalanta as well. And in the Spanish La Liga, on Saturday we had Real Oviedo play out a goalless draw with Celta Vigo, Levante did play out a 1-0 draw with Real Sociedad. Osasuna defeated Deportivo Alaves by 3-0, while Real Madrid did defeat Sevilla by 2-0. Yesterday we had Atletico Madrid defeat Girona by 3-0. Villarreal did lose to Barcelona by 2-0. Elche defeated Rayo Vallecano 4-0, and Betis did also defeat Getafe by the same scoreline. In the German Bundesliga on Saturday, it was Cologne losing to Union Berlin by 1-0. Augsburg played out a goalless draw with Werder Bremen. Hamburg did play out a 1-0 draw with Eintracht Frankfurt, while VfB Stuttgart played out a goalless draw with TSG Hoffenheim. Wolfsburg did lose by 4-3 to Freiburg, while Leipzig were 3-1 losers to Bayer Leverkusen. And on Sunday, we had St. Pauli play out a goalless draw with Mainz, and Bayern Munich defeating FC Heidenheim by 4-0 in the Bundesliga yesterday. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's much you can actually take on the show this morning. It's been a blast hanging out with you. My name is Henry Ogugo, and this was Sports Attack. The sports crew will make a return by 3 p.m. for today's Sports Live to give you a more comprehensive and in-depth analysis on everything that happened during the weekend. So on that note, I say stay safe, stay blessed, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Is a life without destination. Find the right direction for your life as you join Pastor Chris Ugo for 5 minutes of purpose discourse every weekday on Living with Purpose and Power.
Hi, my name is Chris Ugo, and I want to specially welcome you to Living with Purpose and Power. Today I'm looking at finishing strong. Many people start well, but they don't finish well. They start well, but finish poorly. They know how to start, but they don't know how to finish well. I pray that your case will not be the same. They know how to start a project, they know how to start a book, start a song, but they abandon it midway. In fact, Ecclesiastes chapter 7 verse 8, the New Living Translation says, finishing is better than starting. Patience is better than pride. The God we serve is a finisher. He begins something, he finishes. Philippians 1:6 says, being confident of this very thing, that he who has begun a good work in you will complete it until the day of Jesus Christ. Apostle Paul also was a finisher. In 2 Timothy chapter 4 verse 7, he says, I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race. It brings glory to God when we finish. God does not like we starting something and abandoning it and not finishing. Why is it that many people don't finish or finish strong? The first reason is challenges. Because we go through challenges in this life. Health challenge, financial challenge, marital challenge. The second reason why we don't finish strong is because of distractions. We begin well, but we get distracted as we continue. The next reason why we don't finish strong is because of satanic obstacles. The enemy just puts hindrances on our way. You know, some people don't believe that there's an enemy. Some people don't believe that there's a devil. But the truth is that there's satanic obstacles. Another reason why some people don't finish strong is because of loss of focus. I think it's Eric Thomas that said, I realized the secret to success is finishing. And not just finishing, but finishing strong. So how am I going to finish strong? What do I need to do to be able to finish strong? The first thing you will need to do is to spend time with God in prayers. Now, this is not talking about being ritualistic with prayers. When you spend time with God in prayers, this will give you strength. In fact, Psalm 84 verse 7, the Amplified Version of the Bible says, they go from strength to strength, increasing in victorious power. Each of them appears before God in Zion. So as they appear before God in Zion, they go from strength to strength. As you spend time with God in prayer, it gives you strength that you need to finish strong. Another reason, or what you need to do to help you finish strong, is to rely on the power of the Holy Spirit. In Acts 1:8, it says you will receive power when the Holy Spirit comes upon you. The Holy Spirit wants to empower you to finish strong. Next, receive God's word regularly. The Bible says in Hebrews 4 verse 12, for the word that God speaks is alive and full of power. So if the word that God speaks is alive and full of power, then you have to make time so that that word can strengthen you and grant you power that will help you become effective in what you do. Next, educate yourself. Many of us start, but we don't learn new skills. We don't update ourselves. We don't upgrade our skills. That will help you to finish strong. Next, if you're going to finish strong, connect and collaborate with others. The Bible tells us that if you walk with the wise, you will become wise. The truth is that other people will sharpen you, add to your life, and help you move forward faster. Connect and collaborate with the right people. It's not just anybody you see that you connect and collaborate with. And lastly, if you're going to finish strong, determine to finish. There's power in a made-up mind. Determine to finish better than you started. I think it's Kamidamsi. He says, it is one thing to have the faith to get started, but it's another thing to have the fortitude to finish strong. I pray for you that abandoned projects, dreams, and goals will receive miraculous intervention today in the name of Jesus, that they will be finished miraculously in Jesus' name.
You've been listening to Living with Purpose and Power. Connect with Pastor Chris Ugo on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at I am Chris Ugo, or email hello@chrisugo.org. Tune in tomorrow, same time on the station.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good morning to you. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Monday 22nd December 2025. The headlines. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi criticizes federal lawmakers for failing to criminalize vote buying law. CBN directs banks to enforce multi-factor authentication on foreign card transactions. Bad economy dampens Christmas celebration in Rivers State, and the foreign scene, Benin Republic detains former defense minister over foiled coup. Details shortly. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party Peter Obi has criticized the House of Representatives over its refusal to criminalize vote buying at the level of party primaries, describing the decision as a setback for Nigeria's democracy. Obi, in a post on X, was reacting to the ongoing amendments to the Electoral Act 2022 by the House of Representatives. He said Nigerians had hoped the lawmakers would take a firm stand against vote buying, which he described as a major problem undermining credible elections in the country, maintaining that the decision not to criminalize inducement at party primaries showed that lawmakers were unwilling to confront the root of the problem. Obi argued that efforts to curb vote buying would fail if the issue was not addressed from the beginning of the electoral process. The former Anambra State governor further warned that democracy loses its meaning when votes are traded for money. The African Democratic Congress ADC has asked the federal government to halt the implementation of the 2025 tax laws over what it called a forgery of some provisions. ADC spokesman Bolaji Abdullahi accused the government of altering several parts of the tax laws, including some criminal insertions that grant the Tinubu government the express power to arrest and take over the property of anyone who does not comply with the tax laws. He explained that the suspension was only the action needed to avoid the impression that the principle of separation of powers in the Constitution can be sidestepped by the President. According to the ADC, the call became necessary after the forensic review of the original laws passed by the National Assembly, and the gazetted versions established that key accountability provisions were deleted and new provisions inserted. The ADC disclosed that the new tax law, if implemented, will grant coercive powers to the executive in the enforcement of the tax laws without recourse to the courts. Meanwhile, the presidency has dismissed claims that it secretly altered some provisions of the newly enacted tax reform laws. This comes as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and several civil society organizations call for the suspension of the implementation of the laws. The tax reform laws, which face stiff opposition from federal lawmakers from the northern parts of the country before their passage, is scheduled to take effect on January 1, 2026. Reacting, the presidency insists that there was no evidence that the laws had been altered, describing the criticism as opposition noise aimed at creating controversy around government policy. A senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity, Temitope Ajayi, said no amount of opposition pushback would stop the implementation of the laws in January. The United States has signed a 5-year bilateral health agreement with Nigeria to strengthen the country's health system with a focus on expanding faith-based healthcare services. The Memorandum of Understanding signed on Saturday commits nearly $2.1 billion in U.S. funding to support prevention and treatment programs for HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, maternal and child health, and polio. The agreement was announced by Principal Deputy Spokesperson Thomas Pigott and is part of the America First Global Health Strategy. The State Department, in a statement signed on Saturday, said Nigeria's financial commitment represents the largest co-investment any country has made to date under the America First Global Health Strategy. The statement added that Nigeria will increase its domestic health expenditures by nearly $3 billion during the term of the MOU. As part of the agreement, dedicated funding will be allocated to Christian healthcare facilities, particularly those offering integrated services for infectious diseases and maternal and child health. In a bid to improve the use of foreign-issued payment cards in Nigeria, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has directed all banks and other financial institutions to implement multi-factor authentication for foreign card transactions. The directive was contained in a circular issued by the CBN's Financial Policy and Regulation Department and signed by its director, Rita Siki. The circular addressed to all banks and non-bank financial institutions titled Facilitation of Seamless Use of Foreign Cards, noting that the new requirement applies to all withdrawals and online transactions above $200 daily, $500 weekly, and $1,000 monthly or their Naira equivalent. It added that the development is aimed at strengthening the transaction security while improving the experience of tourists and Nigerians returning from the diaspora, and to enhance convenience, security, and user experience in foreign card usage across Nigeria. In the circular, the CBN directed banks and non-bank acquirers to ensure uninterrupted and efficient local currency withdrawals, payments, and transfers for users of foreign-issued cards nationwide. Troops of Operation Hadikai have intercepted 2 pickup vans suspected of conveying logistic supplies to Islamic State West Africa province terrorists in Borno State. Media Information Officer, Joint Task Force Operation Hadikai, Lieutenant Colonel Sanuba, who disclosed this in a statement, said many items, including 2 civilian vehicles, 31 spare tires, 23 spare rims, and 2 bicycles, 1 mattress, 34 tubers of yam, assorted adult and children clothing, and some cash of different denomination were recovered. Sani said the operation was conducted following credible human intelligence, which alerted the operations headquarters to the movement of the items from Dapchi in Yobe State toward Magumeri general area of Borno State. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After this break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
We thank you for staying with us. The Rivers State Police Command says it has initiated proactive measures to ensure peaceful and secure Yuletide season. The command, in a statement by the Public Relations Officer, Superintendent of Police, SP Grace Seringe Koko, called on Rivers people to use the season to reflect and offer prayers for the peace and progress of the state and the nation. The statement revealed that the command under the leadership of CP Olugbenga Adepoju implemented a robust security framework, deploying tactical teams to strategic locations including entry and exit points, waterways, motor parks, hotels, recreation centers, churches, mosques, and identified hotspots. SP Ringekoko said the deployment was designed to provide visible policing, enhance surveillance, and facilitate rapid response to potential security breaches. The statement also disclosed that the CP further directed all area commanders and divisional police officers to deploy both operational and intelligence assets at their disposal to effectively police their areas of responsibilities in ensuring a hate-free celebration. It further disclosed that the command was intensifying community engagement through collaborative efforts with traditional rulers, youth organizations, and religious leaders to foster a culture of trust, promote public confidence, and encourage early intelligence sharing. In light of the festivities, parents are advised to exercise vigilance and caution their children against engaging in pyrotechnics, fireworks, and knockout shooting, which poses risk. The Chief Executive Director of the Institute for Research, Leadership and Capacity Development, Professor George Awunaya, has called for the criminalization of political office holders who fail to fulfill their political promises. Professor Awunaya, in an interview with Today FM, accused politicians in Nigeria of being involved in what he termed fraudocracy, stating that the law needs to be enacted to ensure accountability. He lamented that the government and its arms and structures have abandoned the true democratic system, which he claims was evident in their daily dealings.
% of our representatives are products of fraud. And that is why, most of our representatives, in quote, do not care about, fulfilling their campaign promises because they are in the choice of the people. And one time president of a blessed memory, says, I quote, I am aware that the process that brought me to power is defective. Unquote. And this trend has continued over the years till now. And so, in view of this, I am recommending, that the inability of our so-called representatives to fulfill their campaign promises should be criminalized by the National Assembly.
He cited electoral laws, electoral policies, and patterns of emergence of leaders as a major part of the alleged fraudulent practice of politicians.
Democracy, as propounded by Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates, guarantees the people, the absolute, sovereignty, absolute power to choose who govern them, how they should be governed, and what they expect from their leaders. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, since, the exception of democratic, set in 1999, what we are seeing is a different thing from democracy. What we are practicing is fraudocracy. The courts seem to have dominated the scene. 80% of our elections are declared by the court. Winners are declared by the court.
3 days to Christmas and River State festive vibe is noticeably low. By this time 5 years ago, decorations across streets, link roads, and major roads and even houses were up, but this year it is different. Some Rivers residents, in an interview with Today FM, Sandra Kenneth attributes the cold nature and lack of enthusiasm to the current economic situation of the country. They say most households are barely surviving, stressing that the policies of the government have not been felt positively. They call for restoration of people-related policies, noting that deliberate efforts in reducing the pressure on parents, guardians, and adults by investing in critical sectors to bring back that Christmas cheer.
Can we say 5, 6, 7 years now, or 3, 4 years ago, even to this time, where people are no longer enthusiastic about Christmas? Not because they don't want to celebrate, not because they don't feel like celebrating, but because, again, they don't have the money to do all of those vibes. People are discouraged. The policies, again, in the nation is also not helping.
The economy is on a downward spiral. It has a lot to do with the prices of things have skyrocketed. They are still skyrocketing, even though the price of rice came to like the the lowest of recent. I know the economy, yes, it has a great impact on the celebration of the season.
The Chief Executive Officer, Lively Homes Limited, also known as the Villa, Kelly Wogu, says the company is celebrating its 15th year anniversary. Wogu said the company is also using the opportunity to apologize to their numerous customers that may have had one issue or the other due to some challenges, assuring them that those issues are over and that everything was back to normal. The Villa advised that Rivers State can now come and collect lands at the locations nearest to them, adding that the company has different locations ready for instant allocation. Wogu, while encouraging the people to contact the Villa to inform them on the day convenient for them for allocation, urged anyone that bought land from Lively Homes, the Villa, to come and claim their lands. He revealed that they are locating different other locations to their old customers who lost contact with them due to the challenges in the past, adding that they have offices at Iguruta, Omagwa, Rumola, Ipo, as he urged them to contact the office on 0803 991 3333 to enable their customers to know the nearest office around them. On the foreign scene, Benin Republic has placed former defense minister and prominent opposition politician Candide Azane in pre-trial detention as part of an investigation into the West African country's failed early December coup. Azane was accused of plotting against the state and incitement to rebellion after being arrested last week at his party's headquarters in Cotonou in the wake of the attempted takeover. A detention of the prominent opposition figure who condemned the coup is the latest in the wake of the foiled takeover after some 30 people, mostly soldiers, were jailed on treason grounds. You may recall that soldiers announced on national television December 7 that they had toppled President Patrice Talon, but loyalist army forces swiftly defeated the coup plotters with the help of the Nigerian Air Force. To end the news, a summary of the major stories. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has criticized federal lawmakers over its refusal to criminalize vote buying. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has directed all banks and other financial institutions to implement multi-factor authentication for foreign card transactions. We told you that bad economy has dampened Christmas celebration in Rivers State. On the foreign scene, you heard that Benin Republic has placed former defense minister in pre-trial detention over foiled coup. And that's the news. It's edited by Sandra Kenneth. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your mails to news@todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on our website, www.todayfmlive.com. Follow us on Instagram, follow us on Facebook, watch us live on YouTube at Today951FM and on Instagram and X at TodayFM951. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Smart mama.
Yes.
What do you make, sef?
I dey make breakfast plus Peak 456 growing up milk.
E get DHA wey dey help the pikin brain to develop well. Custard, ogi, tapioca, just name am. Peak 456 growing up milk come get calcium, vitamin D, and ogbonge protein to make pikin strong.
Hey, I like am. I go dey nourish my children with Peak 456 growing up milk.
Yes, sir.
Grow up strong and smart with Peak 456 growing up milk every day.
It's the season for jollification, and we are kicking off with the Hares Insurance Excite Rewards. Get free fuel vouchers, airtime, electricity tokens, and cable TV subscriptions when you renew any insurance plan from Hares General Insurance. You also get rewarded when you buy any of the following insurance plans: the Flexi or Comprehensive Motor Insurance Plan, travel insurance or home protection plans. Rewards apply to policies with a minimum duration of 6 months. To claim your rewards, simply send an email to wecare@haresgeneralinsurance.com. Protect what you love this season and get rewarded with Hairs Insurance Excite Rewards. Visit www.hairsinsurancegroup.com, that is HEIRS, or download the Simple Life mobile app or dial *1100# to get started. Courtesy, Hairs General Insurance. Terms and conditions apply.
Handtech Markets. As the lights shine bright and the year draws to a close, we take this moment to say thank you to our wonderful partners, clients, and stakeholders who have made this year truly special. Your trust, your support, and your partnership have been the driving force behind our success. Together, we've achieved so much, and we can't wait to do even more in the year ahead. From all of us at Handtech, we wish you a Merry Christmas filled with joy and a Happy New Year filled with growth, success, and endless possibilities.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Global Mega Prayer Quake 2026. As the battle between light and darkness rages, the Ministers' Prayer Network invites all and sundry to the Global Prayer Quake to prepare for a decisive combat and confrontation against the kingdom of darkness. Theme: Prepare for War. Date: January 4th to 9th, 2026. Time: 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday to Friday. Registration is free. Venue: MPN International Convention Center, Gilgal, Obuzo, Asa, along Port Harcourt Aba Express Road. Speakers include Reverend Professor Mozi and Dr. Mrs. Chinyere Maduba and other anointed speakers. Hostel accommodation, 10,000 naira for 1 week. Executive hostel accommodation, 15,000 naira. Hotel accommodation, 10,000 naira and above per night. For more enquiries, call 0907 999 0000 or 0916 050 7000.
Isan Ancient Burama City Festival comes up 23rd and 24th December 2025. Burama Bobo Collateral featuring Bengal Lobo, De La Maya King, Mr. Real, Stereo Manique, Frank Dinerio, DJ Spicy, Joe Blaze, and many more. The comics: Princess Zakaya, Akbos, Calvin Bricks, Danny Spry, Akaz Papa et al., Numegege Metoko Barbapani United Band of Burama Community, and Resonate International Dance Band, Team Ebube Kwike, New Cross Exploration and Production Limited, and Epenal Group organizers. Alabo Dr. Daberi Tobotamno CDC Chairman, Ama Free Menjibo, Amata Owadikitoru Sinya Ekalama, Koyanabo Okipri Tom George, Na Ikiabo Awara Ibiagwari Festus Burama Youth Leader. Signed, His Royal Highness Alabo Kalo Bolo Nath Obu Sukubo, Boru the 12th, Amatabo of Boru Community. Burama Beach Carnival, a cultural event with the touch of many varieties.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1.
All right, good morning to you again. It's Today 95.1. Before we get into what the papers are saying to us today, let's pay some bills. We have a guest from Web3 Automated Income. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Port Harcourt. My name remains Chidi Eberenweke, aka Chidi Billion, the billionaire mentor. I'm just here to extend our business opportunity because of the promo that we are giving out this December, and it's a way of giving back to the society. You know, when we started, some people think that Web3 is actually a business that we close now. No, or some people were thinking before December they couldn't close. No. So I invite people where they're serious about their financial life. You want to join the industry of no limit. That is the industry where you earn, pass your generation, earn, pass your generation will pass. So like I said, before you attend our seminar, if you carry your phone, Google waiting be web 1, Google waiting be web 2, or internet 1, internet 2, then you Google waiting be internet 3. Now some people they call them the disruptive technology, and this one internet where they make people rich. And then they let people know, say, if everybody they make money, kidnapping, stealing, crime go dey low, and that's why we dey extend this opportunity say make una come learn how this Web3 go take change una life financially, and we dey teach this seminar free of charge. It's just that we say before you attend, make sure say you get wetin it takes to start a business. At least we know say if you want start local business, it go cost you high, but this very business, if you start am with chickling money wey no pass 150,000 to 100 million, depending the size of your pocket. But the assurance so they give you be say the moment you start this business, the issue of whether it go crash, the issue of whether it go lose money, all those ones, you don't say bye-bye to them, because the internet don't dey there, it don't dey there, you know, they close down. So they invite you to come there part of this Web3 summit wey go happen tomorrow Tuesday for Delosia Hotel, and the time now 11 a.m. we know they do African time. We don't see say most people no get time to come, and a lot of people don't write to us say now will be holiday, now they go from their work, they return. So we say okay, since our aim now to reduce the rate of poverty by sharing our opportunity that will change lives, so we say may we extend our program to only serious-minded individual. So if you dey listen to me now, you know say you dey work, you get business, now you need second source of income. And alternative income na something where anybody no debate at. Check your work. If you no work today, will they pay you? If you no go down a business today, will you make money? Now, I tell people, you don't pray your way into wealth. You learn how to be wealthy. See, in the realm of prosperity, prayer is not a formula. Anointing oil is not a formula. So it is high time we stop being spiritual for something that is physical. So like I said, I am inviting you to be part of this industry of no return. I said it here, everything in life revolves around money, and if you have made the mistake of jumping from one company to another, you've lost money, this is the opportunity for you to recover this money. So, and like I said, this opportunity now free of charge for serious-minded individuals. So as you listen to me now, you know say you go there happy if you they make between 100 to 500,000 naira every single month paid to your naira account. This opportunity now for you. And the good thing here be say the moment you register and start this business, you don't need to refer anybody or find anybody who go refer anybody before you make money. We go show you how you can be able to build your wealth organically, naturally, without losing your money. So therefore, if you know say they're interested, the only thing you need to do now to send your name, come for the number where I go call, but make sure say you go there presence, because like I said, now for only serious-minded individual. 07035934420. That is 07035934420. If you know say you go attend this seminar tomorrow by yourself, you know say you want to learn how this Web3 go take change your financial life. The Bible say a good parents will leave inheritance for his children. You know your job does not suit your dream, and you know say that job where they do now, you know, give you the dream life where you want. So if you continue doing that job, you keep on getting what you are getting. So come and learn how to build financial freedom. And waiting are they teach people free, waiting are they give free, now something where we say you know fit forget. And they also show people how I was able to make over $30,000 within 90 days, and they give people that secret free of charge. So like I said, make a date with us tomorrow 11 a.m. Delosia Hotel, Rumudara, beside NNPC filling station, and the time now 11 a.m. Like I said, now only serious-minded individual. If you know say you never take your financial life serious, this opportunity no be for you. But if you know say as they step into 2026, you want to take your life serious, this opportunity now for you. Like I said, the seminar now free, but make sure say before you come, you get the minimum startup capital will be 150,000 naira, and we go show you how you can be earning between 100,000 to about 500,000 every single month for the rest of your life. Like I said, this one no be business where they crash. This one no be business, no be ROI. This one no be Ponzi scheme, no be raw Peter PayPal. So I always tell people, if you know say they find where you go put 1 million and get 10 million the next day, this one no be for you, because you don't make wealth overnight, you make wealth over time. So we will also show you the principle of wealth creation and how to avoid scams where people they take lose their your money because money hard to get, but not the easiest thing to spend. So we go teach you the simple steps that will guide you to become successful, because a lot of poor people don't have mentorship and they like guidance. So that is why, you know, if you compare a ram we get who they guide them and the one we no get who they guide them. So like I said, I've mentored over 200 millionaires and we've built over 500 network of investors in this very business. So if you know say you go dey part of this business seminar tomorrow, all you have to do is to send your name. As my time they prepare to expire for this studio, the number to send your name to, if you go there available for tomorrow program, na 07035934420. And anything where they do, try not to miss this one, because for this our December promo, we not just they give promo, they want to give out at least $10,000 to few people who go partake for the promo. Not be just say you they partake, you come into the business this December, your name go enter raffle draw, and at least 100 people can qualify to win $10,000 directly from the company. So as I leave the stage, the numbers is 07035934420, and the time now 11 a.m. and which day this one they happen? Now tomorrow will be Tuesday, and the venue na Dilosia Hotel for this same room Udara. So like I said, making money is easy, but people are lazy and you cannot do what you don't know. So come, let's show you how easy it is to retire early and still be a multi-millionaire. So the numbers as I go is 07035934420. So like I said, no African time. And the venue again, make I call them because they join us in one day part of this Web3 seminar where we don't tell you, say, we go show you how you can build generational wealth. Now, Dilosia Hotel, Room Udara, and the time, na 11 a.m. And the phone number where you go send your name to, if you dare sure say you want partake for this very one, na 07035934420. Like I said, for only serious-minded individual. So, make you not just come with the mindset of Ponzi. Anything where you know about wealth creation, keep them aside, because the web, the internet, no they close. The web 1 they there, the web 2 now the social media. And remember, like I said, you they join as a shareholder. Not be the one where you go join today. You go here say the company don't collapse tomorrow, or your money don't run tomorrow. So if you don't tire to lose money, you don't tire to jump from one scam to the other, this business now for you. And this business don't stay more than 2 years now. In case you want to know, this Web3 don't stay more than 2 years. And Web3 has been introduced since the year 2008. So that is why it's important for you to Google about Web 1, Web 2, Web 3 before you know the kind of opportunity where we get for you. So like I said, I'm only here to invite you, and if you know you want to take your financial life this 2026 serious, I will tell you that you should be part of this very business opportunity. Like I said, success is by choice, not by force. You can only take a horse to the stream. You cannot force that horse to drink. Now, the Bible said, do not be the hearer of the word alone, but also the doer. So make a time with us. It costs nothing to know about the business that will change your life. So thank you very much. The numbers again is 07035934420. So see you tomorrow by 11 a.m.
Can you repeat the number a bit slowly?
Okay, the number is 07035934420. That is 07035934420. Remember, no be for everybody, now for only serious-minded individual we get wetin it take to start this business, because we no want after we don't teach you, may you no come get money to start them. That is why we say if you know say you get the minimum of 150 to about 100 million. So, but whether they start with ordinary 150,000 or whether they start with 100 million, the moment you start, you continue earning forever.
Thank you so much for being
till
here.
you die and live for your children to continue earning. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's turn our attention to what the papers are saying today. The newspaper review segment, Today's Quest, Today 95.1. Good morning.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Time for us to take you through the stories from the newspapers. It's the newspaper review segment on today's Quest, Today 95.1 FM.
Because they trust judgment. People do not cross over because of slogans. They cross over because they trust judgment. They trust courage and staying power. They know that our president understands opposition, understands power, and understands how to keep pace with those who take political risk. In 2003, two APC ANPP governors were blood-joined into submission and were forced to join the PDP. And our governors, opposition governors in the Southwest, went to sleep. Only one man was awake, and the PDP regime machine overran the whole of the Southwest. But today, it's a different ball game. We are 28 states strong. Only a fool, hell-bent on a suicidal path, or an outright imposter can dare to challenge President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027 election. But we are in a democracy, and people are free to contest elections. But elections are not won by noise or nostalgia. Elections are not conducted, to borrow the words of Obasani, elections are not conducted on Facebook or on Twitter. They are won by coalitions, credibility and conviction. With the experience of our president as our shield and the lessons of the past as our guide, I believe that 2027 is not a gamble. It is a responsibility, and by the grace of God, we shall have a rendezvous with destiny.
In the Senate, we are doing our best to ensure that we carry the Senate as one, irrespective of political party. And I can confirm to you that when we came in, the opposition had almost 50 members. But today, when I counted, there are about 5 or 4 left in the opposition. And even those 5 members have whispered to me that I should carry them to the president, the leader of the party, that they are prepared to join the APC. Mr. President, I will soon bring some of them. Many in our country view the patriotic, collaborative work between the National Assembly and the executive arm of government as a sellout by the parliament. But history is unambiguous on one enduring lesson. Nations advance when the executive and the legislature work in concert, and they falter when the two become locked in hostilities. In the United States, the era of Franklin Roosevelt, New Deal stands as a classic illustration. Faced with the Great Depression, an aligned Congress partnered with the executive to pass sweeping legislative reforms in the banking sector, in social security, infrastructure, investment, that stabilized the economy and reshaped American society for generations to come. Similarly, post-war Britain, United Kingdom, witnessed remarkable reconstruction because Parliament and the government of Clement Attlee, the then Prime Minister, acted with shared purpose, creating the National Health Service, rebuilding a shattered nation. In each case, progress flowed out from unanimity of opinions, but from institutional cooperation, anchored in a common national interest. It is pertinent to note, Mr. President, that history has often distilled its lessons into simple truths. One of them is this: great nations are not built by perfect conditions, but by leaders who make hard choices together with their parliaments. By contrast, stagnation has often followed periods of executive legislative warfare. In the later years of the Roman Republic, constant power struggles between institutions, particularly between the magistrates and the Senate, paralyzed government, weakened institutions, and paved the way for the collapse of the Roman Empire. More recently, repeated government shutdowns in the United States, triggered by budgetary deadlock between Congress and the executive, have disrupted public services, shaken to investor confidence, and slowed the momentum of the American economy. Across history, Mr. President, and continents, the pattern remains consistent. When the organs of state treat each other as adversaries, the nation pays the price. But when they act as partners under the Constitution, stability deepens, reforms take root, and progress becomes possible. It is within this spirit of constitutional partnership, not rivalry or civility, that great national decisions like budgeting acquire meaning and also take momentum. We are ready to receive the 2026 budget. We share in all the pains you have gone through in the last 1 year, and we also share in the joys and applause of the reform agenda of your administration. Only one concern, Mr. President. As we direct the security agencies to withdraw policemen from critical areas, some of the National Assembly members said I should let you know that they may not be able to go home today because they may be taken out. So on that note, we plead with the President for a review of the decision. May God bless you.
I am here today to fulfill an essential constitutional obligation by presenting the 2026 appropriation bill to this esteemed joint session of the National Assembly for your consideration. Before I go any further, let me be upfront with you. This is a reset, a very hard one. avoiding abandoned projects, unpaid contractual obligations, and running a multiple budget, both inherited and unfulfilled mandates. It's a problem staring the nation. So we are terminating the habit of running 3 budgets on one inflow. By March 31st, 2026, all capital liabilities from previous years will be fully funded and closed. From April, Nigeria operates on a single budget, backed by a single revenue cycle. No overlaps, no excuses, no rollovers culture. This budget presents a defining moment in our national journey of reform and transformation. Over the last 2.5 years, my government has methodically confronted long-standing structural weaknesses, stabilized our economy, rebuild confidence, and lay a durable foundation for the construction of a more resilient, inclusive, and dynamic Nigeria. Though necessary, the reforms have not been painless. Families and businesses have faced pressure. Established systems have been disrupted and tested. The budget execution has been tested as well. I acknowledge these difficulties plainly. Yet I'm here today to assure Nigerians that their sacrifices are not in vain. We are already out of that dark tunnel of uncertainty, economic volatility, and lack of inclusiveness. Economy and crowd has turned the corner. Though the path of reform is seldom smooth, but it is the surest route to lasting stability and shared prosperity. Today, I present a budget that consolidates our gains, strengthens our resilience, and takes this country from out of the dark tunnel of hopelessness, from the survivor to growth. The 2026 budget is themed budget of consolidation, renewed resilience, and shared prosperity. It reflects our determination to lock in macroeconomic stability, deepen competitiveness, and ensure that growth translates into decent jobs, rising incomes, and a better quality of life across every corner of Nigeria and for every Nigerian. Mr. Chairman, the leadership of the National Assembly, while the global outlook continues to improve, this budget aims to further strengthen our Nigerian economy to benefit all our citizens. I am encouraged that our reform efforts are already yielding measurable results. Our next objective is to deepen our gains in the pursuit of enduring and inclusive prosperity. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members, our 2025 budget implementation faced the reality of a transition and competing execution demand. As of the third quarter, 18.6 trillion naira in revenue, representing 61% of our target. That's poor. And 24.66 trillion naira in expenditure, representing 60% of our target. Following the extension of the 2024 capital budget execution, the December 2025, a total of 2.23 trillion naira was released for implementation of the 2024 project as of June 2025. While physical challenges persisted, the government met its key obligations. All key obligations are met. However, only 3.10 trillion naira, about 17% of 2025 capital budget, was released as of the third quarter, reflecting the emphasis on completing priority projects. All the 2024 capital projects during the transition period. Let me be clear, 2026 will be a year of stronger discipline in budget execution. To the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, the Accountant General of the Federation, and the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, to ensure that the 2026 budget is implemented strictly in line with appropriated details and timelines. We expect improved revenue performance through the new year, the new National Tax Act, and the ongoing reform in the oil and gas sector. Reform designed not merely to raise revenue, but to drive transparency, efficiency, fairness, and long-term value in our physical architecture. I have also provided clear and direct guidance regarding government-owned enterprises. Head of all agencies have been directed to meet their assigned revenue target. To support this, we will deploy end-to-end digitization of revenue mobilization. Mr. Chairman and fellow Nigerians, the 2026 budget is guided by 4 clear objectives. 1, consolidate macroeconomic stability, improve the businesses and business environment, investment environment, and all of that together. Promote job-rich growth and reduce poverty, and strengthen human capital development while protecting the vulnerable. In short, we will spend with purpose, manage debt with discipline, and pursue broad-based sustainable growth. Distinguished leaders or members, the 2026 federal budget is anchored on realism, prudence, and growth. The key aggregates are as follows. Expected total revenue is 34.33 trillion naira. Projected total expenditure is 58.18 trillion naira, including 15.52 trillion naira for debt servicing. Recurrent non-debt expenditure is 15.2 trillion naira. Capital expenditure will be 26.08 trillion. The budget deficit is expected to be 23.85 trillion naira, representing just 4.28% of our GDP. These numbers are not mere accounting lines. They are a statement of national priorities. We will remain firmly committed to fiscal sustainability, debt transparency, and value for money spending. The year 2026 to 2088 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper set the parameters for this budget. Our projections are based on 1, a conservative crude oil benchmark of US $64.85 per barrel. 2, crude oil production of 1.8 million barrels per day. And 3, an average exchange rate of 1.4 naira to the US dollar for the 2026 fiscal year. We will continue to reduce waste, strengthen controls, and ensure that every Nigerian borrowed or spent delivers measurable public value. Our allocation reflects the renewed agenda and the practical need of Nigerians. Key sectorial provisions. Key sectorial provisions include defense, security. Defense and security will take 5.41 trillion naira. Infrastructure will follow with 3.56 trillion naira. Education will follow with 3.52 trillion naira. Health and social services will be 2.48 trillion naira. These priorities are interlinked. Without security, investment will not thrive. Without education and healthy citizens, productivity will not rise. Without infrastructure, job and enterprises will not scale. This budget is therefore designed to provide a single coherent program of national renewal, a national security and peace building. National security remains the foundation of development. The 2026 budget strengthens support for modernization of armed forces, intelligent-driven pricing and joint operations, border security and technology-enabled surveillance, and community-based peace building and conflict prevention. We will invest in security with clear accountability for outcomes, because security spending must deliver results to secure our country. Our priority will remain on increasing the fighting capability of our armed forces and other security agents, boosting the effectiveness of our fighting forces with cutting-edge equipment and other hardware. We will show no mercy. We will usher in a new era of criminal justice. We will show no mercy, I repeat, to those who commit or support acts of terrorism, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, and other violent crimes. Our administration is resetting the national security architecture and establishing a new national counter-terrorism doctrine, a holistic redesign anchored on unified command, intelligence gathering, community stability, and counter-insurgency. This doctrine will fundamentally change how we confront terrorism and other violent crimes. Under this new architecture, any armed group or gun-wielding non-state actors operating outside the state authority will be regarded as terrorists. Bandits, militia, armed gangs, armed robbers, violent cults, forest-based armed groups, and foreign-linked mercenaries will all be targeted. We will go after all those who perpetrated violence for political or sectarian ends, along with those who finance and facilitate their evil schemes. On our human capital development, education and health, no nation can grow beyond the quality of its people. The 2026 budget strengthens investment in education, skills, healthcare, and social protection. In education, we are expanding access to higher education through the Nigerian Education Loan Fund. Over 780,000 students have been supported in partnership with 229 tertiary institutions nationwide. In healthcare, I'm pleased to highlight the investment in 6% of the total budget size, net of liabilities. I repeat, 6% of the total budget size, net of liability in healthcare. We also appreciate the support of international partners, recent high-level engagement with the government of the United States. It has opened the door to a $500 million US dollars for health intervention across Nigeria. We welcome this partnership and assure Nigerians that these resources will be deployed transparently and effectively. The economy and productivity. Across the nation, projects of all shapes and sizes are moving from vision to reality. Go around, you will see it yourself. These include transport and energy infrastructure, port modernization, agricultural reform, and strategic investment to unlock private capital. We will take decisive steps to strengthen agricultural market. Food security shall remain a national priority. The 2026 budget focuses on input financing and mechanization, irrigation and climate resilient agriculture, storage and processing, and agro-value chain. This measure will reduce post-harvest losses, improve incomes for small-scale holders, deepen our skill, deepen agro-industrialization, and build a more resilient, diversified economy. In the year 2026, the Bank of Agriculture plans to plant confidence back into our soil, mechanizing through 7 regional hubs, protecting harvest with fair prices and substantial results, providing affordable finance to millions of small holders and growing export value. Under the plan, Nigerian farmers will cultivate 1 million hectares, create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and prove that prosperity can rise through better use of our God-given land. Distinguished members and fellow Nigerians, the most significant budget is not the one we announce, it is the one we deliver. Therefore, 2026 will be guided by 3 practical commitments. better revenue mobilization through efficiency, transparency, and compliance, better spending by prioritizing projects that can be completed, measured, and felt by the citizens, better accountability through strengthening of procurement discipline, monitoring, and reporting. We will build trust by matching our votes with results and our allocations with outcomes. Dear honorable members, distinguished senators, members of the National Assembly, and fellow Nigerians, the 2026 budget is not a budget of promises. It is a budget of consolidation, renewed resilience, shared prosperity, and it is built on reform of the past 2.5 years. It addresses the emerging challenges and sets a clear path towards a more secure, more competitive, more equitable, and more hopeful Nigeria. I commend the people of this country for their understanding, resilience, and my administration remains committed to easing the burdens of the transition to a more stable, prosperous nation. We promise to make sure that the benefits of the reform reach households and communities across the Federation. In a united purpose between the executive and the legislature, and with the resilience of Nigerian people, we will deliver the full promise of renewed hope agenda. It is therefore my great pleasure that I lay before this distinguished joint session of the National Assembly the 2026 appropriation bill of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, titled Budget of Consolidation, Renewed Resilience, and Shared Prosperity. I seek your partnership in charting the nation's fiscal goals for the coming year. May God bless you all, bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, keep our armed forces safe.
What is it? Electronic voting, electronic subscription. So if you vote here now, you'll be in our village. You know who is in Abuja. We see the result. So we don't need devices. We don't need to train anybody. We don't need to train anybody. So as you vote for in my village, you don't need to Abuja. Inside, everybody is doing it. In fact, if you key into it, you don't need to go to Abuja. Or you don't need to check Abuja. Just check your phone. You automatically see the result. So by the time they say poll closed, give yourself 4 hours, you have the result. That I can't buy the data from. You will not get it from Tinubu. Tinubu knows that if he makes a mistake and does that, I don't want to go there. What people from there will sit here. But the way they hate Tinubu and hate Ike, let's all hate that hate. You don't campaign. No member of ADC will campaign. Also, you have to look for him. But the only reason why you're going out is because, unfortunately, people won't go there. So, if you're not the right one, you have to fight hard and people that are willing to fight our mission.
Congratulations to all of us, and may God guide our party, and may God not allow us, because of our new size, to self-implode. May we take actions that will carry along the grassroots and improve the living standards of all Nigerians. And may our children who are seeing insecurity today, may they not see again in future. May God give you the enablement as President of Nigeria to continue to take swift actions, both in the economic sector and in the security sector, to salvage this country. But so far, you have given hope to those who had no hope. Nigeria was at the crossroads when you came, but things are looking up. Your reform agenda is working. And then, of course, we who are behind you to craft the laws are ready to continue to do so. Mr. Chairman, we are going to tinker with the Electoral Act. We will finish that before the end of January, so that as we go into your congresses, you have a clear timeline of which you will do your primaries for the next election. We will not allow the president to be a president without ministers, because primaries are held 10 to 12 months before the general election. So we are looking into that, and with the advice and assistance of the president, we'll soon get back to the party.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
It's the season for jollification, and we are kicking off with the Hares Insurance Excite Rewards. Get free fuel vouchers, airtime, electricity tokens, and cable TV subscriptions when you renew any insurance plan from Hares General Insurance. You also get rewarded when you buy any of the following insurance plans: the Flexi or Comprehensive Motor Insurance Plan, travel insurance or home protection plans. Rewards apply to policies with a minimum duration of 6 months. To claim your rewards, simply send an email to wecare@haresgeneralinsurance.com. Protect what you love this season and get rewarded with Hares Insurance Excite Rewards.
Visit www.hairsinsurancegroup.com, that is HEIRS, or download the Simple Life mobile app or dial *1100# to get started. Courtesy, Hairs General Insurance. Terms and conditions apply.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
360 Sports.
CCC on the MIC is back on radio.
Oh my God.
If you don't like them, I'm sure your sister will.
Hey, baby, you want to go out?
It's the Cool Calm Collection.
Day, especially for the host nation who got the job done in front of almost 70,000 spectators and millions others around Africa and the rest of the world.
Square ball, and there it is! Oh, that is sensational!
And I'm sure you just can't wait for more of the very best of African football. Hello and welcome to 360 Sport Destination Morocco, your ultimate destination for all things the Africa Cup of Nations, proudly hosted by the Kingdom of Morocco. My name is Kufre Ekpe, the CCC on the MIC. 360 Sport Destination Morocco is powered by Betano.
All across Nigeria, one truth prevails. Football is not just played on the pitch. Arguments fly, tensions shift like defenders on the pitch. And when the ball finally enters the net, that is the 12-player full attack mode. 11 players play on the pitch, but we, the fans, play from anywhere. With Betano, fans don't just watch the match, we influence the game. Register now and join the 12th player. Betano, not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Betano, the game don't start.
Whether your team still dey inside or don't come out, one thing no dey change. Football still dey ginger us. The debate, the rivalry, the unpredictable goals wey fit land anytime. Betano dey front row for all of them. Every match, every shocker, every chance to play your part as the 12th player. The competition continues, and so does your game. Keep the passion going on Betano. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
360 Sports.
Promises to be an exciting one for you on Destination Morocco. We have a good one lined up for you today, so come along as we take you to the camp of the Super Eagles.
Coming in by Lookman, a great opportunity on the edge of the penalty box. Stop there by Ondura. Oh, it's gone in! Osimhen. Can he find his goal? Oh, it's a beautiful opportunity there. Lookman, it's gone in! Oh, Moses Simon gets the ball. Can they get a shot? Oh, it's a great goal! They got a goal, Nigeria! Eagles have soared. They are now flying.
The Super Eagles held their 4th training session at their base in Fez, Morocco on Sunday, ahead of their Group C opening clash against the Taifa Stars of Tanzania on Tuesday. Following their arrival in Morocco last Thursday, the team began to put finishing touches to their preparation with 2 training sessions on Friday before more sessions on Saturday and Sunday. Nigeria and Tanzania will face off at the Complex Sportive de Fez in the first match of Group C on Tuesday, and that's 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time. And a lot of Nigerian Super Eagles players have been talking tough. One of them is striker Victor Osimhen, who is expected, amongst others, to deliver the goals for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He has declared that the Super Eagles will give everything to clinch the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations title in Morocco. He said, and I quote, "It's all about going to war. Tuesday is the first one, and we will give everything. I think we are up there with so many favorites in this tournament. We are going to give our all to make sure that we actualize the dream of winning the Africa Cup of Nations. I'm positive about this squad. End of quote. And in all the Africa Cup of Nations news, let's tell you that Pharaoh's coach Hossam Hassan said on Sunday that Captain Mohamed Salah has shown no signs of being distracted by the uncertainty surrounding his future at Liverpool as he prepares to lead Egypt to the Africa Cup of Nations. Salah's morale in training is very high, as if he were just starting out with the national team, and I believe he will have a great tournament with his country, Hassan told reporters ahead of Egypt's opening AFCON game against Zimbabwe in Agadir on Monday. Moving on, let's tell you that Zambia coach Moses Sichone will finally get the opportunity to be on the bench in charge of his team for the very first time on Monday. After missing his debut last month, Sichone was appointed in November as successor to Avram Grant, who left after a poor run of form during the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Sichone subsequently suffered food poisoning. He was bedridden when Zambia played South Africa in a friendly and was admitted to hospital. So finally today, he will have the opportunity of sitting on the bench and mastermind Zambia winning their first game at the Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco.
All across Nigeria, one truth prevails. Football is not just played on the pitch. Arguments fly, tensions shift like defenders on the pitch. And when the ball finally enters the net, that is the 12th player full attack mode. 11 players play on the pitch, but we, the fans, play from anywhere. With Betano, fans don't just watch the match, we influence the game. Register now and join the 12th player. Betano, not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Betano, the game don't start.
Whether your team see the inside or don't come out, one thing or they change. Football see they ginger us. The debate, the rivalry, the unpredictable goals with it land anytime. Betano they front row for all of them. Every match, every shocker, every chance to play your part as the 12th player. The competition continues, and so does your game. Keep the passion going on Betano. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
360 Sports.
Welcome back from that break. Let's get into the review and preview segment of the show. 360 Sport Destination Morocco, powered by Betano. Africa Cup of Nations 2025 host Morocco began their campaign to win a second continental title with an expected win over Comoros in the tournament opener on a rainy Sunday night in Rabat. The Atlas Lions spawned a glorious opportunity to take an 11th minute lead, but Comoros goalkeeper Yannick Pandor saved Sofiane Raimi's penalty. But in the second half, the goals eventually came for the Atlas Lions of Morocco, who won 2-0.
Chip towards the far side, Mazraoui controls beautifully. Square ball, and there it is! The top scorer in qualifying scores the opening goal of the Africa Cup of Nations. Ezazuli straight down the centre now. Numbers there for Morocco to take advantage. Saladin. Oh, that is sensational! That is glorious! The rain is falling down, but he would not be denied the most spectacular finish. Ayoub El Kabi.
Of course, the 3 points meant Morocco extended their world record run of consecutive victories to 19.
All across Nigeria, one truth prevails. Football is not just played on the pitch. Arguments fly, tensions shift like defenders on the pitch. And when the ball finally enters the net, that is the 12th player full attack mode. 11 players play on the pitch, but we, the fans, play from anywhere. With Betano, fans don't just watch the match, we influence the game. Register now and join the 12th player. Betano, not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Betano, the game don't start.
Whether your team see the inside or don't come out, one thing or they change. Football see they ginger us. The debate, the rivalry, the unpredictable goals with it land anytime. Betano they front row for all of them. Every match, every shocker, every chance to play your part as the 12th player. The competition continues, and so does your game. Keep the passion going on Betano. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
360 Sports.
You're still on Destination Morocco, powered by Betano.
And action continues today on day 2 of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. There are 3 games on Monday as Mali take on Zambia in the second match in Group A by 3 p.m. Nigerian time. The Eagles will be hoping to make a mark this year, while the Copper Bullets will also aim to add to their only Africa Cup of Nations title from 2012 in this year's competition. South Africa start their campaign in Group B against Angola's Palancas Negras, 6 p.m. Nigerian time. The two sides are drawn alongside Egypt and Zimbabwe, each entering the continent's flagship tournament carrying distinct objectives and expectations. The Pharaohs of Egypt take on the Brave Warriors of Zimbabwe 9 p.m. and Hossam Hassan's team are one of the pre-tournament favorites and will aim to avoid coming unstuck against the Warriors, who could surprise with the element of unpredictability.
All across Nigeria, one truth prevails. Football is not just played on the pitch. Arguments fly, tensions shift like defenders on the pitch. And when the ball finally enters the net, that is the 12th player full attack mode. 11 players play on the pitch, but we, the fans, play from anywhere. With Betano, fans don't just watch the match, we influence the game. Register now and join the 12th player. Betano, not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Betano, the game don't start.
Whether your team still dey inside or don't come out, one thing no dey change. Football still dey ginger us. The debate, the rivalry, the unpredictable goals wey fit land anytime. Betano dey front row for all of them. Every match, every shocker, every chance to play your part as the 12th player. The competition continues, and so does your game. Keep the passion going on Betano. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
360 Sports.
It's time for audience participation on the show, and of course we're asking you this morning, did the opening game of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations meet your expectations? What are your thoughts ahead of the Super Eagles' first group game against Tanzania on Tuesday? Will they struggle or smash the Taifa Stars? Send an SMS or a WhatsApp text including your name and your location to 0915 707 9506. Once again, talk to us on Destination Morocco. You might just be winning a gift. Send an SMS or WhatsApp text including your name and your location to 0915 707 9506. And to our final segment on the show, this is the time to predict and win on the show. The Super Eagles take on Tanzania on Tuesday. Predict the match and win cash prizes. 10 winners will randomly be selected and each gets 2,000 naira. Send an SMS with your prediction plus your name and location to 0915 707 9506. Again, 0915 707 9506. You have until the end of today to send in your prediction. Super Eagles of Nigeria against the Taifa Stars of Tanzania. Once again, the number to send your SMS to is 0915 707 9506. Good luck. And that's the show today, 360 Sports, Destination Morocco, powered by Betano. Join us next time on the station, same time. Special thanks to our sponsors, Betano. The game starts now. My name is Kufre Ekwe, the CCC on the MIC.
All across Nigeria, one truth prevails. Football is not just played on the pitch. Arguments fly, tensions shift like defenders on the pitch. And when the ball finally enters the net, that is the 12th player full attack mode. 11 players play on the pitch, but we, the fans, play from anywhere. With Betano, fans don't just watch the match, we influence the game. Register now and join the 12th player. Betano, not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Betano, the game don't start.
Whether your team still dey inside or don't come out, one thing no dey change. Football still dey ginger us. The debate, the rivalry, the unpredictable goals wey fit land anytime. Betano dey front row for all of them. Every match, every shocker, every chance to play your part as the 12th player. The competition continues, and so does your game. Keep the passion going on Betano. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
That's been today's Destination Morocco, powered by Betano.
360 Sports.
CCC on the MIC is back on radio.
Oh my God.
if you don't
Port
like
Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
This meeting has become necessary because we have received several correspondences from the various sides requesting for one thing or the other. And we are aware that the Independent National Electoral Commission is charged statutorily under the Act and under the Constitution to monitor the activities of political parties. In addition to that, we also have the mandate to conduct elections. The FCT election is coming up on the 21st day of February 2026, while the Ekiti election, Off-Circle election, will be coming up in June 2026, and that of Osun in July 2026. And as a build-up to these elections, we had issued our own schedule of activities to all the political parties. And we are on course to ensure that we have a very smooth election at the area council of FCT and at Ekiti and Osun states. We have decided to invite all the parties, especially the fact that we have received conflicting correspondences from the People's Democratic Party. And we felt that this rubbing minds together will be a good opportunity for us to forge the way forward concerning the elections. And I'm happy that this morning we have very top officials that are present here so that we can discuss as a family and see how the issues can be resolved and we move forward. We are guided by the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Electoral Acts, and the regulations that have been made by INEC pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution as well as the provisions of the Electoral Acts 2022. So we are mindful of the need for us to maintain the sanctity of the Constitution of Nigeria, which is the ground norm, as well as the Electoral Acts and the guidelines. Actually, INEC sits on the tripods, three legal regimes: the Constitution, the Electoral Acts, and the regulations that have been made. So we are determined to ensure that we follow the provisions of the various laws, Constitution, and the regulations that we have made.
Well, the only argument is, I must say, we have a man who has been blessed by God with wisdom. And the commissioners, the way they spoke to us shows that they really want this party to continue to strive as the major opposition party in Nigeria. And we as members of the party are ready and prepared. So they're looking at the issues and options of how to bring peace for us. So we're yet to get a decision of INEC on the matter, but both sides spoke, and we're all able to punch out the loopholes where the problem is coming from. It has to do with greed, ambition, and ego of some people.
We were invited last night by the commission to attend the meeting this morning. Now, when we received the invite, we thought that it was in respect of an earlier request made by us to meet with INEC leadership and discuss and resolve some housekeeping issues. When we arrived this morning, however, we discovered that some former members of our party who had earlier been expelled were also invited, according to INEC, with a view to looking for possible solutions that will solve what the chairman described as lingering problems within the People's Democratic Party. So we have spoken with him from our own perspective. We've made presentation of what we think the issues are, and we've spoken to those issues. And INEC had listened to us, and INEC had said, even though that there are matters that are before the Court of Appeal, and matters have not been heard, and INEC cannot take the place of a court of jurisdiction, but that they will look into what we have said very seriously. And I'm sure if they do that, they certainly will come back to us. So while we shall be waiting for INEC to come back to us regarding those live issues that we raise from our own perspective, I want to assure Nigerians and members of the public that we shall continue our work as the leading opposition party in Nigeria. We will continue to hold the APC-led federal government accountable to best practices, to the rule of law, to issues of security, issues of decayed and decaying infrastructure, issues of injustice, and other issues that are affecting the lives of Nigerians fundamentally. So I think what they have done, in the spirit of wanting to reconcile, I think it's something that was proper. If you are inviting us, and then you are not inviting other people who are claiming to be what they are not, then probably it will be us talking to ourselves. And so I do not see any difference in what you're saying. I don't see any problem with that. I don't. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria's political landscape today, it is not only PDP that is having this kind of issues. There are other political parties. And we believe that these issues are not just arising from nowhere. They are coming from somewhere. I wish INEC were in a position where they can make an inquiry into the sources of these conflicts that have been created in some leading opposition political parties in this country. Probably make a finding. That would have solved a lot of problems.
All right. Let me welcome you all again to the newspaper review segment this Monday morning, the 22nd of December, 2025. All right. Kelly is my name. We're still together. Let's take you through the items you listened to. We played some and then we went on a break. Okay. Returned from the break and continued. So first thing, you listened to the vice president who said it's only a fool who will consider a political challenge with Tinubu. Says it's suicidal. He was speaking at the APC NEC meeting. That's the National Executive Council meeting. I think that was on Friday, okay, in Abuja. And then after that, you listen to Senator Godswill Akpabio, who was speaking at the same event, okay, last weekend. This time he was talking about the size of the opposition left in the Senate, okay? And then Akpabio again, talking about some amendments that they are looking to make. We'll talk about that as well. We'll talk about it, but let me just take you through the items you listen to. So again, Akpabio was speaking at that event. There were two events. They had the caucus meeting and they also had the NEC meeting. So you heard him speak from both the NEC and the caucus meeting. And the next one will be Amechi, a trending video of Amechi sitting with some supporters where he talked about electronic transmission of results, that if that amendment scaled through, ADC will not have to campaign. They will win the election. Tinubu will not sign an amendment that will allow for electronic transmission of election results. Amechi speaking there. It says the ADC would not need to campaign. They will not need to campaign. So we'll listen to Amechi speak there. And then the next one would be, President Bola Tinubu's presentation of the 2026 budget. His estimates of how the 2025 budget performed. He says it's performed poorly. Before that, you listen to the Senate President, and they try so much, but with little result to dispel the rumors that they are not a rubber stamp. They put it under executive and legislative harmony, and now that brings a lot of progress for the nation. So that was what started with that presentation of the budget by the president. And then the plea to the president to review that order for the withdrawal of police personnel attached to VIPs, okay? And then the president's remarks in the presentation of the budget. So as we speak, I played it. I listened to it yesterday. I played it to you this morning. I listened to it again this morning for playing it. I can't remember what the Christian the budget as. I can't even remember. So, but you listen to it. It's important that we hear what the projections are for 2026. Okay, so we listen to the president make that presentation, and then lastly, PDP leaders, the Ayamu faction, that's the Yeson Wike group, and then the Turaki group were invited by the INEC national chairman in Abuja for a meeting. So you listen to the INEC chairman first, and then you listen to Samuel Ayamu. I listened to Turaki, the national chairman of the party, speak in that clip. No resolution yet, so I guess we'll have to just wait to find out. There's so much more. I'm unable to share all of them with you because the time will not permit for me to do that. Okay, Governor Fubara paid a visit to his Bayelsa State counterpart. I think that was yesterday. To commiserate with Bayelsa State government and the people of Bayelsa over the loss of the deputy governor. I hopefully will share that with you tomorrow. The governor also, what are the other ones? There are two other ones. Anyway, when I get them. Oh, he received an award in Bonny. I think people of Bonny celebrated the governor as well. So that also will be hopefully tomorrow. And then lastly, the president's remarks at the NEC meeting, okay, where he talked about state police coming to happen, repeated that again, and then also talked about the governors and the Supreme Court. For time constraint, I'm unable to share those with you. So hopefully tomorrow. All right. Channels to reach out and say something. We'd like to hear from you. 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. That is the number you can call in with when the phone line is open. And then 0701-9339-962. 0701-9339-962. For messages, you can send a text. You can do a text via traditional channel or via WhatsApp channel. You prefer to send a voice message, you can do so. Please limit your voice messages to 60 seconds. 60 seconds, all right? Thank you for complying. On Facebook, we have posts there, general posts and opinion poll. On Facebook, general post and opinion poll at Today951FM, Today951FM. Whereas on X, we have just opinion poll at TodayFM 951. Opinion poll at TodayFM 951. Okay, so let's begin. Daily Post is where we begin from this morning. Publish certified copies of tax laws in 7 days or face court action. Serap tells Tinubu, the president bulge. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, Serap, has given President Bola Tinubu a 7-day deadline to ensure the public release of certified true copies of recently enacted federal tax laws, following allegations that the legislations may have been altered after approval by the National Assembly. In a Freedom of Information request dated December 20, 2025, Serap calls on the President to instruct the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, SAN, to immediately publish the certified versions of the tax bills transmitted by the National Assembly, as well as the final laws assented to and gazetted by the federal government. The organization identified 4 major legislations at the center of the controversy: the National Revenue Service Establishment Act, the Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Establishment Act, the Nigeria Tax Administration Act, and the Nigeria Tax Act. Serap also demands an official explanation on whether the bills passed by lawmakers are exactly the same as the version signed into law and later gazetted, warning that any inconsistencies would amount to a serious breach of constitutional governance, the rule of law, and the doctrine of separation of powers. In addition to public disclosure, Serap calls for the constitution of an independent investigative panel to be chaired by a retired justice of the Supreme Court or Court of Appeal to probe allegations that key provisions were added, removed, or amended without legislative approval. The group insists that the panel's findings should be made public and anyone found responsible face prosecution. ICPC summons Dangote over petition against ex-NMDPRA boss. Meanwhile, the new appointees, I think they should be sworn in, but they've been confirmed by the Senate. They have been confirmed by the Senate. I think that happened on Friday. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has asked Aliko Dangote to appear before a panel of investigators on Monday in Abuja over a petition written by him. Dangote had written a petition against Farouk Ahmed, former managing director of the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, over alleged corruption. The news agency of Nigeria, NAN, says a source in the commission who confirmed the development on Sunday in Abuja said the ICPC had set up a panel of investigators to handle the probe. According to the source, the commission's chairman, Dr. Musa Aliyu, SAN, has also asked the team to focus on Dangote's petition. The oil magnate is expected to appear or send his lawyer with his evidence when ICPC's investigation of the petition formally commences. Dangote had accused Farouk Ahmed of corruption and misappropriation of funds, including spending millions of dollars on his 4 children's education in expensive and exclusive schools in Switzerland. The ICPC has asked Dangote to submit his evidence to the anti-graft agency. Tribune: NJC's planned reforms cause panic among judges. From next year, errant judges in the Nigerian judicial system may be more professionally imperiled than before as the National Judicial Council, NJC, itches towards a new firing procedure. The Justice Kudirat Kekere-Ekun-led council, according to a reliable source, is close to adopting a reframing of the sanctioning procedure for indicted judicial officers. In the proposed new rule, instead of suspending indicted judges multiple times, those caught in serial misconducts will now be dismissed outright from the bench. The top source who spoke with Sunday Tribune disclosed that unlike before, when an errant judge could be suspended twice and still return to duty, a second, depending on the gravity of the offense, or third suspension for misconduct will now attract outright dismissal. It was learned that the harsher penalty is contained in a new set of reforms the Kekereekun leadership is prepping to release soon. The development is said to be creating excitement in the justice sector as the chairman of the council and Chief Justice of Nigeria pushes for greater accountability and transparency. However, the move is also reportedly creating jitters among judges, especially those with multiple petitions against them before the council. Sunday Tribune has gathered that close to 100 petitions against judicial officers are currently being considered by the council, with the prologue process being handled by its Preliminary Complaints Assessment Committee, PCAC. 3 sets of PCAC are also simultaneously running, labeled as A, B, and C, and each with 4 members, are statutorily headed by a retired Justice of the Supreme Court, though one of them is being currently led by a retired Justice of the Court of Appeal, A.B. Yahaya. The 2 other sets are headed by Justice Mary Odili and Bode Rhodes Viva, both retired of the Apex Court. It was learned that each of the sets is handling more than 30 petitions, bringing the total close to 100. The second layer of the probe will involve trial panels set up by the council once the preliminary investigation establishes a prima facie case against the accused judges. Sunday Tribune gathered that in recent times, Kekereekun and her team have chosen the path of upward review of punitive measures recommended by trial panels. In some cases, a panel, after finding the accused judge guilty, may recommend maybe 6 months suspension from duty, only for the council to review it up to 2 years. But that era of multiple suspension is now coming to an end once the council adopts the new sanction rule, likely next year, because there is no council meeting again this year. Those judges who misconduct themselves because they think they can always return to the bench after suspension may be unpleasantly surprised. This CJN means business, but not the usual kind of business, a top source who volunteered information said. When contacted, council spokesperson said he would not confirm or deny the development. She puts it this way: every lawful path will be taken to rid judiciary of the few bad eggs, casting shadow of blanket impropriety on the hard-working judicial officers and administrative staff of the sector. The leadership is poised to change that narrative. So there you have it. NSA receives 130 abducted St. Mary's Catholic schoolgirls, or school pupils, I beg your pardon, in Abuja. All the school children abducted from St. Mary's Catholic School in Papiri Community, Agwara local government area of Niger State, have been released, following the rescue of the final group of 130 victims, bringing the total number freed to 230. Officials of the Office of the National Security Advisor, NSA, confirmed the development to journalists on Sunday. The release ends days of anguish for the families of the victims and marks a major breakthrough for the security agencies involved in the rescue operation. So this I asked for opinion poll. Is this a good Christmas gift? A good Christmas gift for the nation? The release or rescue or whatever one that suits you of the rest of the children and their teachers in captivity. Okay, 130 of them. Is it a good Christmas gift for the nation? That's the question for opinion poll. Please tell us what you think. All right, still from Tribune, I will go to the cable. Nigeria-US sealed $2.1 billion health deal with focus on Christian-run facilities. The United States has signed a 5-year bilateral health memorandum of understanding, MOU, with Nigeria to strengthen the country's health system with a strong focus on supporting Christian faith-based healthcare providers. A statement by the U.S. Department of State said the agreement was signed on Tuesday and is expected to expand access to essential preventive and curative services, including HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, maternal and child health, as well as polio interventions. Under the MOU, the U.S. government said it intends to commit nearly $2.1 billion over the next 5 years. Additionally, Nigeria will increase its domestic health expenditures by nearly $3 billion during the term of the MOU, the largest co-investment any country has made to date under the America First Global Health Strategy. The agreement places particular emphasis on faith-based health institutions, especially Christian-run facilities, which play a major role in Nigeria's healthcare delivery. Nigeria's 900 faith-based clinics and hospitals currently serve more than 30% of Nigerians, adding that investments in these facilities are uniquely positioned to complement efforts in public-run facilities and to strengthen Nigeria's overall health infrastructure. The MOU was negotiated in the context of reforms by the Nigerian government aimed at protecting Christian communities from violence. CBN asked banks to configure ATMs, POS terminals for foreign card transactions. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has directed banks and non-bank acquirers to implement multi-factor authentication for foreign card transactions exceeding $200 per day. In a circular dated December 18 and signed by Rita Siki, the Director of Financial Policy and Regulation Department, the CBN asked banks to complement or to implement the same authentication measure for transactions above $500 per week and $1,000 per month, and configure point-of-sale POS terminals for foreign card use. The regulator says the move is part of efforts to ensure uninterrupted and efficient local currency withdrawals, payments, and transfer services for users of foreign-issued payment cards across Nigeria. The CBN says the measures are aimed at improving access to funds, enhance security, and boost user experience for tourists and Nigerians in the diaspora visiting the country. So let's move on to the next story. Akpabio heads to Supreme Court over appeal. Over Court of Appeal ruling on Natasha Akpoti's suspension. It's an interesting read. It's a bit long, but let's quickly race through it. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has filed a notice of appeal at the Supreme Court challenging a decision of the Court of Appeal in a suit involving Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, Senator representing Kogi Central. The appeal arises from the judgment of the Court of Appeal Abuja Division delivered November 28 in appeal --. The dispute stems from the suspension of Akpoti-Uduaghan by the Akpabio-led Senate, which was later squashed by the Court of Appeal. Akpabio is challenging the appellant court's refusal to grant him leave to rely on his brief of argument, which exceeded 35-page limit prescribed by the Court of Appeal rules. He is also contesting the court's refusal to allow him to file a replacement brief within the page limit. In the notice of appeal, Akpabio, through his lawyers, led by Kainde Oguwumiji, a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, says the decision breached his constitutional right to a fair hearing. He argues that Section 36 sub 1 of the 1999 Constitution guarantees fair hearing in the determination of civil rights and obligations. Akpabio said he discovered that Uduaghan's brief of argument failed to comply with the formatting requirements of the Court of Appeal rules. He said the rules mandate font size 14 and 1.5 line spacing, but the respondent allegedly used font size 12 with single line spacing. According to the appeal, the respondent's brief only met 35-page limit because of the formatting violation. Akpabio said the respondent did not seek the leave of the court to depart from the rules. He also said the respondent's notice of appeal was fundamentally defective, prompting him to file a notice of preliminary objection. Akpabio said Order 10, Rule 1 of the Court of Appeal rules requires a preliminary objection to be argued within the brief of argument. He also said this necessitated the filing of a longer brief to address both the preliminary objection and the substantive appeal. Let me skip, go towards the end. So Akpabio is asking the Supreme Court to allow the appeal and set aside the decision of the Court of Appeal. He also wants the Apex Court to nullify the proceedings of November 28, 2025, conducted after the refusal to grant leave. Akpabio further urged the Supreme Court to set aside the final judgment arising from those proceedings. NCAA issues aerodrome certificates to Kanu and Port Harcourt airports. Let me just roll this story over. Maybe tomorrow we'll look at it. Vanguard, why presidency raised 2026 budget to 58 trillion naira. The presidency raised the 2026 federal government budget from 54.46 trillion naira originally contained in the medium-term expenditure framework MTEF to a new threshold of 58.18 trillion to accommodate the massive recruitment into the military, police, and other security agencies announced recently by President Bola Tinubu. The Director General of the Budget Office, Mr. Tanimu Yakubu, announced the figure after a meeting with the meeting of the Federal Executive Council, FEC, held on Friday, a few hours before the president went to present the budget to the National Assembly. A source in the presidency disclosed that the submissions of budget proposals by the ministries, departments, and agencies to the Budget Office of the Federation, which usually follow budget call circulars, had been concluded before the recent announcement to increase the personnel of the military and security agencies. It was learned that it became therefore necessary to increase the budget figure to make room for the financial implications of the new intakes. Last Friday, FEC meeting that was presided over by that preceded Mr. Tanimu's announcement, as learned, did not last for more than 2 hours and did not accommodate detailed discussions on the budget by members of the council. Mr. Yakubu was thereafter directed to address State House press to give it credence. The source said the president had to hurriedly present the budget to the National Assembly to show commitment to its early passage because the budget process was already late and could not wait for the details to be worked out before the presentation. They have to work on the details and clean it up before the bill returns to the National Assembly for the process to continue with the MDA's budget defense and the rest. The aggregate expenditure of 58.18 trillion naira in the 2026 budget proposals is 6% higher than the 2025 budget estimate of 49.7 trillion, which was also increased eventually. This includes projected spending of government-owned enterprises amounting to 4.9 trillion, and they got into some of the budget details, which we heard the president read out just moments ago. So let's leave it, all right? So they said they increased it from 54 to 58 so that they can make room for the new recruits that the president ordered the armed forces and the police to embark on. Okay. Premium Times, Nigeria Air Force compensates victims of Sokoto accidental airstrike. I'll roll the story over to tomorrow, okay, because we still have a number of them. Tinubu commends SSS DG Ajayi over IPI Press Freedom Award. I'll also roll this over to hopefully tomorrow. Okay, APC set dates for National Convention and Congresses. The All Progressives Congress APC has released a comprehensive timetable for its 2025-2026 nationwide ward, local government, state and zonal congresses, setting the stage for the party's national convention scheduled for March 2026. The detailed schedule signed by the National Secretary of the party, Sirajuddin Bashiru, underscores strict adherence to Articles 11 and 17 of the party's constitution, which govern membership, congresses, and internal democracy. The timetable outlines a phased bottom-up process that begins with membership registration and culminates in the election of national party officers at the convention. The document signals the formal commencement of preparations for the convention, widely regarded as crucial to the APC's organizational cohesion ahead of future electoral contests. The release of the timetable followed the conclusion of the APC National Caucus meeting held on Thursday and the National Executive Committee NEC meeting held on Friday. Well, according to the schedule, the process will begin with the commencement and completion of membership electronic registration, which will run from Monday, December 1 to January 30, 2026. It will be followed by the issuance of formal notices of Congress to state chapters and the Federal Capital Territory FCT on February 2, 2026. The party will then open the window for the purchase and submission of forms for ward and local government area congresses from Wednesday, February 4 to Monday, February 9, 2026. On Tuesday, February 10, 2026, the APC will inaugurate ward and LGA Congress and screening appeal committees to oversee the conduct of the exercises at the grassroots level. The screening of aspirants for ward and LGA party positions is scheduled to take place between Wednesday, February 11 and Friday, February 13, 2026, followed by the inauguration of LGA Ward Congress and Congress Appeals Committee on Saturday, February 14. Ward Congresses will be held nationwide on Wednesday, 18 February 2026, after which appeals arising from the Ward Congresses will be received on Thursday, February 19. The LGA Congresses are slated for Friday, February 20, 2026. These Congresses would include the election of 3 delegates by LGA to the National Convention, with at least one of the delegates required to be female, and so on and so forth. And then appeals panel will look and will hear appeals on February 21st. According to the state, activities at the state level will commence with the purchase of forms for state executive committee positions from Monday, February 23 to Friday, February 27. Screening appeal committees for state executive aspirants will be inaugurated on Saturday, February 28, 2026. All right, and then move from there to zonal. I've tried now. I've given you guys enough information. The rest you can meet your party faithful and ask them. Is this in true? Ask them. I've tried. Daily Trust, it's a story I also roll over, so this will make the fourth story I believe I'm rolling over today. SSS arraigns terrorists who gunned down worshippers in Kogi State. And Punch newspaper, alleged alterations, presidency kicks as Atiku Obi fights tax laws. The presidency has dismissed claims that secretly altered some provisions of the newly enacted tax reform laws, insisting that no changes were made outside the established legal and legislative process. It's coming as Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, as well as several civil society organizations, call for the suspension of the implementation of the laws. According to a document made available to Sunday Punch by a credible source in the National Assembly who did not want his name in print, some vital provisions bordering on oversight and accountability, which were initially approved by lawmakers, were removed from the final acts. The document also shows that new cohesive clauses, including arrest powers, garnishee orders without court approval, and compulsory USD computation, which were not part of the versions ratified by Parliament, were included in the gazetted laws. Well, Presidency dismissed the allegations, insisting that there is no evidence that the laws had been altered. Speaking with Sunday Punch, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Temitope Ajayi, said no amount of opposition pushback would stop the implementation of the laws in January. He argued that allegations that the tax documents were altered have not been established by any constituted authority, describing the criticisms as opposition noise aimed at creating controversy around government policy. Opposition elements can say whatever they want, even when it is very obvious to every rational person that all they seek to do every time is to pollute the waters and create a toxic environment around policy issues. He stressed that the implementation committee had been working for the past 6 months and would not be distracted by what he described as attempts to undermine the policy. Meanwhile, we heard that Bayo Nanuga also said something. The House of Representatives, where this allegation emanated from, has set up a committee to investigate. We would like to wait for the outcome of the investigation before we make any comment. The House is already probing it. We don't want to say anything that will subvert what they are investigating. Whether it is true or not, we want to allow the House to do its work. The opposition is talking nonsense. The law has already been passed. The timeline for the implementation is January 1. In fact, the law is already being implemented, and by January 1, it will come fully into effect. So there is no point in demanding the suspension of the implementation. Some elements of the law are already being implemented. Well, Atiku and Obi call for an investigation into the allegation of alteration of the laws, urging relevant authorities to clarify the circumstances surrounding the reported changes and ensure full compliance with the due process. They argue that an independent probe would help restore public confidence, stressing that transparency and accountability are critical in matters affecting national fiscal policy. I think I'll leave the rest for you to read. There's still some letters there. Let me introduce panelists. We have a very short time before we go on a commercial break. Well, let me introduce them. Maybe I can squeeze a comment from them. Asim Adams, Esquire, legal practitioner, rights activist. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Frank Keneawaji Ogonono, public affairs analyst, columnist, and author. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Professor Emmanuel Gwona, professor of political economy and development studies, as well as a development consultant, University of Port Harcourt. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
So I think, Prof, you were here last week when this matter came up first.
Yes.
And I asked the question if we should wait.
Yeah.
I think we were unanimous
in waiting.
Yes.
Even though Mr. Indukwe brought some leg of controversy, which I do recall vividly.
Of course.
But then it seemed to be swelling rapidly.
Exactly. It has to.
The House of Reps, they've now gone ahead to set up a committee. I've been reading a lot of articles online that are clearly trying to paint the anomalies, the alterations. Right? They are trying to paint it. Some people have said, show us the harmonized version of the bill.
Correct.
Right? Show us the harmonized version of the bill. Is that what the Senate and the House of Reps agreed and transmitted to the president?
To the executive. Good.
That's the first part. The second part, they say, some people say what is there is the harmonized version of the bill. But some lawmakers are insisting that, more than one now, are insisting that indeed there are alterations to what they transmitted to the president. Serap says, release the document in 7 days. Release the document in 7 days. What was gazetted and the actual bill transmitted by the House.
Simple.
I beg, would they do it? Professor Wonder.
Yeah, they need to do it. It's something they need to do because...
No, but if the House of Reps is investigating it, why not allow the House of Reps to conclude their investigation?
Well, if that has been set up, well, I think that all of them are living witnesses to what they actually passed. I want to believe that the House has a document, a copy, certified true copy of what they actually transmitted to the executive. So they have it in the House. All they need to do is get the one they claim has been altered and juxtapose it and look at it and then find out exactly where the alterations have been made.
Okay.
And, because we're looking up to them.
Let me plead with you. I think we have to just go for that commercial break.
Okay.
When we come back, we'll now settle down and have this conversation.
Beautiful.
That's all we'll do. Please stay with us.
A harmonized session.
Thank you all for staying with us. We have Mr. Wisdom from Lambert Weiss Global Services Limited joining us this morning. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
This is a new wonderful
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So let's begin.
Yes, good morning, Port Harcourt. Good morning, Rivers State and Nigeria at large. We are still in our calling, the gift God has given to us to make sure that everyone in Nigeria become a land owner.
Okay.
And that's our call. So at Lambert Weiss Global Services Limited, we sell lands and property, reliable lands and property. Land where you go buy, you no go get problem. So as it is hot, we are still selling at our new estate at New Hope Global Estate.
Okay.
New Hope Global Estate is located at Big Elele, Ikwere Local Government. Elele follow for Port Harcourt City. From the map of River State, those communities where River State joined together to make a capital city of River State. So Big Elele follow for them. So as it happened, this land is in Port Harcourt City and we are selling 550,000. Here you buy 550,000, you go home with you with half bag of rice where you go chop for this Christmas. At the same time, your documentations are free of charge. Do you understand? And that's why you need to rush to become a landlord with us. Call us on this phone number 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000 0708 253 0000. And the good aspect of it, say, if you buy at 550,000, all your documentations are free of charge, which include deed of conveyance and registers of your plan. So what you they wait for? And our land, we they do instant allocation. As you pay PIM, we show you your land, you begin your development. And we know therefore, come today, come tomorrow, 2 weeks is allocation, 1 month. No, as you pay PIM, look at your plot. And our documents only take 48 hours. If you pay today, the next day you come collect your document. Do you understand? Instant allocation make it that this land belongs to us. We don't have any issue. Do you understand? And our land gets what they call certificate of deposit, where we say the last documentation where you go do or registration where you go do for Ministry of Lands before you get C of O. In other words, by January, February, this land will get C of O. So as you dey buy 550,000 now, by next year, your land is having C of O. And you know what it means by your land having C of O? You cannot sell it below 20 million. So rush us to call us on this phone number so that you become a land owner with us. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. Now, apart from that, you still get right to do part payment of 300,000 and you have 3 months to complete your payment. Do you understand? Apart from that, if you buy 4 plots, you get 1 free of charge. And that one where you get free of charge, we go still hammer you 2 bags of cement where you go carry, begin your development immediately as we do instant allocation. Buy 4 plots, you get 1 free. And we hammer you with 2 bags of cement, carry begin whatever you are buying. So it is good, say you become a landlord. You know, say land, you know the fuel land, you know the pay maintenance fee, nothing, just buy it and you start development within period of time, because we have return on investment on our land because of the location we're in there. Our land is located at a very strategic point, 2 minutes drive from Hakatwa Polytechnic to our site, and 5 minutes drive from McDonough University to our site, and 8 minutes drive from Wigwe University to our site, and 10 minutes drive from Port Harcourt International Airport to our site. That makes it very unique. For security, 5 minutes drive from Elele Barak to our site. So everything there, security na water, waiting you they wait for. We are talking about giving you land almost free of charge. The current price of that land around that place is 2 million, 2.5 million. But we hammer you 550 million, waiting you they wait for. We call us on this phone number, they hot 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. As it happen for 550,000, no be say now if you buy 550,000, all your documentation are free of charge. We still go home with half bag of rice. No other real estate fee do for you. And if you buy 4, you get 1 free. So what do you tell? And we are, for past 6 years we've been existing in Nigeria. None of our clients we don't complain say buy land from us, we no give them. No. Because we have a high level of integrity where we protect. We cannot go below our standard. So as it is hot, we have built a long capacity in integrity. So we can't disappoint our client. And that's why we as people, we have chosen to do it in a way that everybody will benefit, and in a way both our landlord and our clients, because we are building future, we are building a generational wealth. That's why you need to queue in. If you watch now, you go say the high level of house rent in Port Harcourt is becoming some alarming. Do you understand? At this point, this is your opportunity to become a landlord owner, and from there you can start up. Those people where they talk about say this year they don't do anything, brother, with 300,000 part payment, you don't become a landlord for Port Harcourt City. I know they talk about Greater Port Harcourt. I'm talking about Port Harcourt City. Waiting you they wait for, or you call us on this phone number as they hot 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. Now remember, even as at a part payment where you pay, now 300,000 where you go pay, and you have 3 good months to complete your payment. And our land is a very dry land. Do you understand? Very dry land, suitable for anything development. As you buy, and we do instant allocation. As you buy PIM, naturally you collect your. And if you invest with us, we can equally buy back from you. If you buy, say okay, a little time you go sell them. Do you understand? We go fee buy them. So what you they wait for? Now you can visit our office at Kings Plaza, Port Harcourt Road, Elele in Ikwerre local government. If you are running from Igrita or Port Harcourt International Airport, just enter motor. Tell them say you they go Elele. As you enter, tell the driver say you they stop for Access Bank. Immediately for that Access Bank, you go see a building, 1-story building, with share fence with that Access Bank. You go look up, you go see our flex banner there where they write New Hope Global Estate. For there now our office, you have just to climb up. As you climb up, you see our staff there. We will carry you. Our inspection are free of charge. You're not paying 1 naira for inspection. If you come there, we'll carry our vehicle, carry you, go to the site, bring you back free of charge. And our inspection ranges from Monday till Saturday. Monday till Saturday. We are not working on 25th, which is the Christmas day. But we work from Monday till Saturday, and from Monday na 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. So as you come for inspection, we'll hammer you with half bag of rice, and if you buy 4 to get 1 free, we also hammer you half bag of rice and 2 bag of cement where you go start your development. Call us on this phone number 0803 528 1205.
All right.
0803 528 1205. 0803 528 1205 or 0708 253 0000. 0708 253 0000. Our landmark includes both those polytechnics, so it is student environment.
All right.
Come and be a landowner with New Hope Global Estate. New Hope Global Estate, we they give hope for the future and we they secure the future as it is hot.
Call us for we have to go. Thank you so much, Mr. Wisdom from Lambert Wiz Global Services Limited. Thank you again, sir. The news update next. Please stay with us.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has invited businessman Aliko Dangote for more information on his petition against the immediate past managing director of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, Alhaji Farouk Ahmed. Dangote is expected to appear or send his lawyer when ICPC's investigation of the petition formally commences. The ICPC, according to sources, asked Dangote to submit his evidence to the anti-graft agency. Recall that Dangote had accused Farouk of corruption and misappropriation of funds, including spending millions of dollars on his 4 children's education in expensive and exclusive schools in Switzerland. The Nigeria Customs Service NCS has intercepted 20 diverted transit containers with a combined duty paid value DPV of 769 million naira across the Kano-Jigawa axis. The Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, who made the disclosure, said the seizures recorded between the 2nd and 4th quarters of 2025 were part of the service sustained efforts to uncover and dismantle organized cargo diversion syndicates operating within the corridor. He said cargo diversion is posing a serious threat to national revenue, security, and Nigeria's credibility within the global trading system. Adeni further disclosed that it seized containers contained various items, including vitrified tiles unlawfully diverted from the Kano Free Trade Zone with a DPV of 228.6 million naira, diesel engine oil, polyester materials, used clothing, printed and lace fabrics, medical consumables, and Zamzam bottled water. Some of the items are classified as prohibited imports under the Common External Tariff Regulations. They also confirmed the arrest, prosecution, and conviction of Abdurrahman Sani Adam for the offense of container diversion. The offender was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment with an option of a 3 million naira fine. The Arawa Youth Assembly has rejected the recently gazetted tax law introduced by the federal government. It raised concerns over alleged discrepancies between the version passed by the National Assembly and the one officially published. In a statement signed by its Speaker, Mohammed Saliu Danlami, the Assembly described its position as firm and unambiguous, noting that reports suggest the gazetted law may contain provisions that were not part of the bill approved by lawmakers. They said any inconsistency between legislation debated and passed by elected representatives and the version presented to the public poses serious constitutional and governance concerns. The youth body explained that its rejection of the tax law was informed by what it described as a lack of transparency surrounding the law's formulation, as well as the prevailing economic challenges confronting Nigerians, including inflation, insecurity, and unemployment. While acknowledging the importance of civic responsibility, the Assembly stressed that fiscal policies must be rooted in legality, openness, and legislative integrity, particularly at a time of widespread economic hardship. On the foreign scene, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, will hold public hearings in a landmark case next month accusing Myanmar of committing genocide against its Rohingya community. In the first week of hearings, the Gambia, a predominantly Muslim West African country which brought the case to the ICJ, will outline its arguments from January 12 to 15. Backed by the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, Gambia filed the case at the ICJ in 2019, accusing Myanmar of committing genocide against the mostly Muslim Rohingya ethnic group. Myanmar, which has denied carrying out genocide, can then present its case before the court from January 16 to January 20. The ICJ, in a statement, said it also allocated 3 days for hearing witnesses, adding that hearings will be devoted to the merits of the case and will include the examination of the witnesses. That's it on the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Verberge Imperial Hotel. Experience luxury and comfort. Verberge Imperial Hotel is a premier indigenous catering and hotel services provider in Port Harcourt. Our hotel offers a range of well-furnished rooms with modern facilities ensuring comfortable stay for our guests. Our modern event halls can accommodate over 500 guests, making us the ideal venue for conferences, seminars, weddings, etc. Our state-of-the-art facilities include 24 hours electricity supply, constant and steady internet services, CCTV cameras for enhanced security, fully armed security guards, trained professional personnel. We pose a conducive environment as our hotel is located in a quiet and peaceful environment perfect for relaxation and focus. Our location is at Bank Anthony Avenue off Ordnance Junction, Transamadi, Port Harcourt. Contact us today for inquiries, booking and reservation. Please call 0803-272-4646, 0906-557-0873. Delivering Imperial Hospitality services at Verberg Imperial Hotel.
Markets. As the lights shine bright and the year draws to a close, we take this moment to say thank you to our wonderful partners, clients, and stakeholders who have made this year truly special. Your trust, your support, and your partnership have been the driving force behind our success. Together, we've achieved so much, and we can't wait to do even more in the year ahead. From all of us at Handtech, we wish you a Merry Christmas filled with joy and a Happy New Year filled with growth, success, and endless possibilities.
Ho, ho, ho! Christmas.
Say no
to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Christmas is about giving and love.
See, as the matter be like this, now the voice of MC Kuro one at the so they call me the king of weddings. This Christmas, me I dey wish on all the good tidings and every better I go lap for your domot. Nothing they happen. Now your house, me I go come lap, chop my rice and chicken.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
All right, a happy holiday to you. We're less than 3 days to Christmas. You look at the actual Christmas clock. Let me see if I can call it up real quick. Tells us that we're really almost there. Should be 2 days and counting. Yeah, 2 days, 14 hours, 51 minutes to Christmas. Christmas is on the 25th of December, which is a Thursday this year. So, Merry Christmas to you from Kelly to you. All right, let's return to our conversation, and I'll go straight to Professor Wona.
Yes.
So we're not rushing again now.
Yeah, no, we're not rushing.
Let's take it easy. So, Sarah says release in 7 days. The gazetted, right, and the transmitted copy.
Yes.
That's the bill.
Yeah.
Releases in 7 days. But my curiosity is, if the House of Reps, right, if the House of Reps at this point, they've set up a committee to investigate it, why not allow the House of Reps to do their thing first?
Yeah, but Kelly, for me, that's a very simple task for the committee.
The House of Reps?
Yes, or any other person that want to do it. Because, like I said earlier, all they need to do is get a copy, certified true copy of the bill, which was transmitted to the executive, and then get the other one that they claim has been altered, and just oppose it, look at it, and find out those discrepancies. It's a very simple task. So if SERAP has given them 7 days, it's 7 days for me is even more, is enough for them to do that, because it's a simple task. So I believe that
the document is voluminous. It's not a 3-page document. We're talking about 4 laws here.
Yeah, even though it's quite voluminous, but if they start in the morning 8 a.m. assuming they started 8 a.m. today, I think that before 10 p.m. they should have gone far. Dedicated people who wants to know the truth. So for me, 7 days is enough for them to do that. For people who are determined to get the truth and understand what transpired within that due process.
Vice Adams.
Please, can you take the...
It's been said that the gazetted tax laws has alterations from the actual bills transmitted by the National Assembly.
Okay.
A member of the House of Reps, Dasuki, raised the observations during plenary last week. The House of Reps has taken the next step in setting up a committee to investigate it. I think they have 2 weeks to do that investigation. In light of that, the opposition figures are now jumping on this. They say, it has to be investigated, there has to be an independent panel, implementation of the law should be suspended, right? The presidency sources are already kicking back. They say, no, what's the point in suspending? Bayo says, well, let us wait. If the House of Reps, they are doing the investigation, let's wait for them to conclude the investigation, right? But SERAP is now asking the federal government to release both the gazetted and the bills submitted within 7 days for an independent review of those documents to ascertain were there alterations, how did they happen, and what next. So I'm asking, why not just wait for the House of Reps to conclude their investigation rather than call for this 7-day ultimatum?
First of all, I think, thank you, Kelly. First of all, the point I want to make very clear is that when a bill is before the House in the Legislative Assembly or the Legislature, they have the right to alter. Alteration of bills in the various capacity, but openly, that is, we don't, this should be taken out, this should be, you understand? I don't know whether it's that kind of alteration or smuggled alteration. These are things we need to find out. Whether, because they have the right to alter bills that come and say, no, this particular clause should not be here.
Okay, so let me explain it again. Let me explain it again.
Understand.
Right?
Yes.
What the lawmaker said is,
yes,
the bill that they worked on and transmitted to the president
is different from what was gazetted.
Exactly.
Good. That is what I am saying. The lawmaker should give more insight on and why what the bill was is not what was gazetted.
That's what they're investigating. That's what the committee is investigating.
What I'm saying, he who alleges was proved. Now, what I'm saying, I put it to the doorstep of that lawmaker. As a lawmaker, I ought to have the Hansard, or what they call it, of that proposed bills, its amendments, whatever before it went, its alteration before it went to the final reading, and it now became law. I should be privy or privileged to have those, whatever, voluminous, whatever, that I have as a member of the House of Assembly or reps. It should help us to quicken this. Then two, is that my own take is that alteration is allowed, but smuggling of, maybe clauses into the bill.
Alteration by who?
That is what I'm saying. In the budget, we saw budget padding. There are those who can do it.
No, alteration by who?
Good. The alteration I'm talking about is that in the various committees.
No, so you're saying at the legislative level.
Yes.
That's what they are saying. They passed it.
Good.
He's saying all of the back and forth amendments in and out, all of those things done. Right? That document was transmitted to the president for his assent.
Okay.
What the president assented to now is different from what they submitted.
They have to investigate it.
That's what I said, that the House of Reps have set up a committee to investigate.
Good.
Serap is also asking for 7-day ultimatum for the federal government to release both.
Absolutely. For transparency. Now I get you very well. For transparency. Because, you see, we don't run government in opaque, kind of methods. Or this iron cutting, old Russian USSR kind of regime that we do here. Now, if there are allegations of that, these are weighty allegations. So, Serap is very correct. And I align my argument with them to say, see, Mr. Presidency or Mr. President or Presidency or National Assembly, please, you can do your own in-house investigation, which you have the right to do. But for transparency to hold sway, let us give us those particular documents, the bill before it became law, and the actual law. Let us set up an independent perusing ombudsman to look into it. If they don't do that, in my opinion, I believe that I smell a rat there. It then means that what the particular honorable said is true. That what was presented is different from what was not gazetted. So why should I be scared, for instance, Kelly? Why should I be scared? This already tells me that a document in my possession, that I know that I have it in my possession, and this is not alleging that document I have is a forged document, or it was altered. It's not supposed to be the original document, and whatever the case may be. I will quickly, turn it to the public view and gallery for people to see that this is, my hands are clean. This is document with me. So why are they hiding and shying away from me? Which means they are corroborating what Sarah may have, said as the case may be. So an independent, a team should be empowered, not just in the Senate or National Assembly. Sarah can nominate, or we Nigerians can nominate those who can look at that document within 7 days. And we can get it done to know whether it's true or not.
Mr. Ogonono.
Well, it is very, very unfortunate. We are discussing what will affect Nigerians in terms of their living standard. And we are playing what Nigerians, most of us, call dirty politics. This is like more or less like an ambush. And it's a drama that each time we want to do what we think will enhance our national life, we are now trying to play a kind of hide and seek game. You presented what we may say the best tax reform, so to say, in Nigeria, and it was scrutinized. debate was made, argument was made by the National Assembly, so to say, and it was sent to the to the executive to at least sign it, so that by the so-called 1st January, it will start the full operation. We don't know how this is going to now. Issue of denial of this is the best tax that will help Nigerians not to suffer. It is the best tax that will put more money in the pocket of the poor. How come suddenly that's a public document? The one signed is now there's a huge difference.
That's an allegation. It's not been confirmed.
No, yes, because one, I heard the opposition party member first of all spotted out that the one consented to is not the same with what they are having. So it's a document, and even whether they like it or not, they have soft copy of it, which to print it out for people, even though, because I will call the National Assembly as the assessors. They have found out that what they have read through and have agreed that it should be used by the executive is no longer what they have signed for. So for me, as a Nigerian today, I feel there's not too much. It's not rocket science. It's just mere paper. Or you bring the one we get to you, and let us also look at it. And the one, because before even something is done, those present at the floor of the house will have copies. Whether you like it or not, they need to present so that those who are serious in the issue of lawmaking will check. Those that have pages, it's not that don't have pages. They can look at this page there was an alteration. So can we reconcile it? It's a minor thing, but this issue that the moment you are at the top, whatever you say, I can, like you read, you can see how they're saying nobody can stop it. No, now we are not slaves. We need to contribute to what is happening in this country. That everybody can also see a way to champion the cause of this country.
I'm not sure. Let me see if I follow what you're saying. Are you saying that they should suspend the implementation?
As it is now,
they should suspend it.
Since there's a lacuna, there's suspicion. It should be suspended for now. If you ask me.
So what if it turns out that it's just a ruse?
Then those who have also done that should also be made public. Let people know that what they have given out to Nigeria was false. What's stopping from doing that? So for me, the presidency should also release the other document out so it can be verified. When someone is lying, lying also we know is a crime.
Okay.
So if someone is lying against the government, let the government also come clean to say, look, what they are saying is not true. This is the copy that they have verified and given to us. We've not parted. No, in Nigeria, every time we talk, we come to the end of the year to present we have what? Pardon. Now we're going to part even paper too, because it's about also revenue generation. It's unfortunate.
All right.
For me, I feel bring the two papers if there are two, bring them out. Let also the committee look at it and say, look, nothing is wrong. Everything we have sent to the presidency, nothing is wrong. But if there's something wrong in it, for me, it should be suspended.
Well,
the president should not be carried out.
But if there's something wrong, it has to be suspended now, because that's not what lawmakers passed.
That's it.
Living Gibson Jamala Esquire, private legal practitioner. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly, and good morning, co-panelists. Good morning, Rivers people.
Let me take a reaction to this. What do you think should happen?
I may not have the strength.
Strength for what?
The strength of the last speaker.
We're in the house.
Just use your own strength. Use your own strength. Wow, I was just admiring him the way he was vibrating for issues of tax. Kelly, please, what is the question? That's on a lighter note. He's my boss.
Are you not ready? Are you not ready?
I'm ready.
So you are aware that there are talks of alterations in the tax laws.
Very well.
The House of Reps, they set up a committee to investigate it, right? They have 2 weeks. Last week. They have 2 weeks. Serap is calling for release of both documents within 7 days. And I'm wondering, while Serap's call is not out of place, right? Why not just give the House of Reps the benefit of the doubt? Let them conclude the investigation before your ultimatum to the federal government.
on one hand, you will not blame Sarah. We have the Freedom of Information Act, upon which the application is hinged upon. So whether there is a body conducting an investigation, they have a right also to ask. So whether they should wait or not is something of, whichever way you look at it, Serap is on the right path. But Kelly, remember when these tax reforms laws, bills, were being enacted by the National Assembly, there were concerns from some part of the country, whether it favors them or it's robbing them of certain benefits. And I didn't even know how the government and the National Assembly resolved those issues. All of a sudden, it didn't tide it down.
They considered
some gray areas where whether some persons compromised also, but the law was passed. Now, when a law is passed, it becomes a public document. Ordinarily, the issue of asking federal government to publish that law wouldn't have even come into place if we are doing the right thing.
As if we had access.
We don't need to. It is upon the day it is gazetted, it becomes everyone can access. From the first day of January, they said the implementation will start. Kelly, they want to implement a law that you don't know what that law is all about. If they are going to tax you from the credit you are buying, or if a gift, this Christmas period, some person will be sending gifts, go and buy so and so. Am I going to be taxed if my uncle sends me 10 naira to go and buy sweets for Christmas?
As a gift.
As a gift. What are those incomes that I'm expected to be taxed? Because it's going to be bring confusion. Banks will begin to suffer because people will be raising alarm that the banks are deducting their monies unnecessarily, illegally.
Well, they say banks will not deduct their money.
We don't know.
Because we haven't seen the law.
That the law ought to be public. So Sarah asking the federal government on one hand to release, there's what they call the draft bill. The one the both National Assembly prepared is the one we call the draft bill at that point. But once it is assented to or consented to by the president, it becomes an act. Now, the National Assembly, they have their own copy. Both the House of Reps and the Senate, they have in their archives or in their library what they have done. Why not publish? The National Institute of Legislative Studies, they should also have a copy. So what is the whole grammar or big deal about publishing a law that ordinarily it should be in the public domain? The National Orientation Agency ought to have been educating people on the clause by clause of these laws so that Nigerians will become aware of what they are being asked to respect from 1st of January. But today we are having a different English from Onanuga. We are having a different English from the House of Rep. House of Rep need not waste 14 days in investigating what they have.
Right.
But if it turns out to be true, the only problem is that the person who raised that observation raised it on the floor of the House. And therefore, the issue of spreading false information cannot be even used against him because they have legislative privileges of whatever he has said in there. So, but they have to be also very, very sure of what they are bringing in to the public, because it could cause a stir in the country if federal government is dilly-dallying in releasing those information. The atom of believing that will be very, very increased. And so let the right thing be done. If they have set the tax laws, let's know what those 4 laws. Let's know the content of those laws.
All right.
Google it if you see it. What you see is the one that the draft bills. That's what you see. You will not see the gazetted laws. Just Google, you will not. But yet we want to be ruled by those laws.
Kelly, I don't know. This is our country. I think the authorities should understand that it's not a secret court. wherein there will be opacity in running every activity of this country. Ordinarily, once they have the House of Reps, the Senate, they finish everything, the legislative procedures, and they come up with a harmonized copy of that particular bill. That means it's a singular one that will be sent to the executive. And of course, at that time, once the president appends his signature, it becomes a public document. And anybody that desires that should be, by a pressing of a button, whatever gadget one is using, get that information. But now that it's not there, the other day I tried getting that.
You did?
Yes, I did. Because see, when that is a serious allegation, you know, it's still at the allegation stage. It's a serious allegation that, you see, what the presidency has gazetted is not what we gave them from here. Kelly, that is just like you gave your son 10 naira. And then another person is coming to say that he gave 3 kobo. Meanwhile, 10 naira has been written everywhere that the father gave the son 10 naira. What is going on? Serap is 100%, if in fact, maybe every figure right, which means more than 100% and all the rest of them right. These things can be done in pari passu. While the House is indeed investigating, government, because a clear conscience fears no accusation. If government is not having anything to hide, let them release that particular document. The one that the Senate, the legislators gave them, the harmonized copy, and of course the one they gazetted. Let us see it. Let it be in the public medium. Let's see it. Every Nigerian citizen should be able to reach that. Why are they always hiding? It is, I have said, it is always in the meeting of the cultists that you have something. Only those who are privileged to belong there will know. This is not like running a country. So, Sarah is right, and let them do it. I don't know what is wrong with Mr. Ranoga. No, frankly, I don't know. You see, when he's saying that, Kelly, again, I subscribe to suspending that after they release that, and people question it.
Oh, you subscribe to
Yes, I subscribe to that, because if you say no, it means illegality will be flowing while it's not supposed to flow. For instance, if it is true when they had released it, and that is why it's not something they should keep on delaying, because the 1st of January, bill for its implementation is arriving, it's not far again. And then if you don't release it now, it continues. It will be difficult. That's what I was saying that day. It will be difficult to stop it, the implementation. But whatever be the case, the situation now is that if they don't release it, Nigerians may not agree to abide by that until this thing is verified. You may use maybe strong hand to continue collecting money from people. Now, the courts, at least I can go to Adams and say, file for me, because they've deducted this and that, and I don't know how to go about it. Adams will go and file. Jamala will go and file. All other lawyers will be very happy. In fact, if it happens that way. So, I will not file. So that they will be making more money. Yes. You see, but I'm saying, if you don't do it, Kelly, now that day comes, they will tell you, because that's what we do in this country. We'll give excuse. Yeah. No, we are going to verify it. We are going to verify it. Yeah. But implementation has started. Yeah. How will you come backlog to verify? That is what I was saying that day. Because, see, the harmonized version, Senate and the House of Reps have to harmonize their position. One thing is what they will present. And why is it that this man was able to look at this thing and say, I'm a member of this house. I know what we have, because each of them must have a copy.
Yes.
I have said that. Why is it becoming difficult? They set up a committee. That's delay tactics.
All right.
So Kelly, okay, you know, sir,
go on now.
Okay. You see, for me, even as it is, it's going to be a very difficult one, even though Serap is on the right track. But from what we have seen from Nigerian government, a gazetted law is already a gazetted law. If you say withdraw it, who is going to withdraw it? Is it to amend the law? And once a law becomes law, the constitution makes provision for how it should be amended or remove all the
my confusion is this, yeah. Those that made the law,
yes,
right?
Yes.
The bills, the executive bills,
yes,
right? The presidency sent it
everything
to the National Assembly.
Yes,
the National Assembly spent months,
going
right?
through, yes.
Governors wanted it withdrawn.
That's right.
Suspended.
Yes.
The president said no. Take your concerns to the National Assembly.
Absolutely, yes.
They did all of that work, harmonized it, sent it to the executive.
Yes.
At the executive stage, some changes were made after it had been signed.
Yes.
You're saying that thing is still a law?
See, the point. This is the nasty point. I'm sorry, using the word open and close, nasty point about lawmaking, law, and all those things. The moment the president, under our constitution, assent or gives his assent, it becomes a law. You understand the point now? And the law will keep on parading until it is either shut down by the courts,
that's what I said.
or by the legislature themselves.
So who can shut it down? If it's found that what is gazetted is not what we.
The courts can. That is why Sarah he said that they want to know exactly. Sarah he said they want to know exactly the true position. So that during the investigation, what we do an investigation, when we find out that truly some things were front-loaded or loaded into that particular, law, then they can now approach the courts to shoot that particular law down. But the problem I have, Kelly, we have a government play boju Nigerian people. When I was a kid, you understand? You see, we had something and say, look for it. The man that is holding that particular ornament or treasure we're looking for knows where it is. Then the rest of us be groping in the dark, trying to locate that. The government we have in place today is a government of boju. I say that without an amount of respect to them, as the case may be. This shouldn't cause, this kind of
can I say something?
That we are having.
Right.
So now, what's going to happen?
There should be respect.
Who's going to shoot the law down? Is it the culture? And a complacent and complicit judicature, together with the National Assembly, that is a Man Friday of the executive. What do you think? So I feel that is why these things are happening. That's why I put to the doorstep of that particular legislator or honorable member that you owe a duty. You can't just open your mouth, vacillate. You should have those, the
Can I say something here?
Professor?
Yes, I want to say that for those aspects allegedly altered, they cannot be laws. Because by the virtue of theory of separation of power, the executive is not the arm that's supposed to make laws. So if they have signed into law what was not passed by the House, then it's not a law, given the due process. Yeah, it's not a law. I'm serious about that. If the executive has signed, let's believe that truly there are alterations, which means there could be extrapolations possibly from the executive arm of the government without passing through the House. The House is there to make the laws, and which has to be ratified by the executive. So if by crook or by hook, the executive now imports something into that bill and begin to sign it, it's not law. You cannot place something on nothing and you expect it to stand. So by that, it's not going to be a law. I just want to alert you. But then, quickly. My fear is that.
I think I'll let my
fear is that. You see, when you were reading what Onanuga said, if I've heard it correctly, he said, in fact, they have even started implementation of part of the law.
Yes, no.
Yeah, so
that's another anomaly.
Exactly. So
no, the law is already being implemented in parts.
In part, that's what I'm saying.
For instance,
is it how it was stated?
For instance, that's what it means. That's what it means. Implementation is stated in parts.
Exactly. So
the renaming of the FRS. That is already happened.
Exactly.
So in part, implementation has started.
So why
it's ambush?
In a haste? Yes, exactly. Ambush. Exactly. This kind of legal process somersault. Why are you in a haste to do that? When, of course, first of all, you've told that.
No. Why you say in a haste to do it? It's like he started doing it now. The lawmaker raised this alarm last week. right? The implementation of the law had already started from when the president assented to it in June.
Okay, in June.
You get in June.
Exactly.
So the wheels are already turning.
Before these observations.
The full-blown implementation begins in January.
Good.
Okay.
And that's where I'm focused.
Okay.
Right, in January. But now it's not like the law is just sitting dormant. No.
Okay.
No, the law has started. The implementation has started. The agencies that are responsible for this, they are now changing posture and all of those things.
So again, why did it take the National Assembly
This long.
This long,
Yes.
exactly, to make this observation?
But it's also possible that the delay is from how long it took the federal government in gazetting it and releasing that gazetted copy.
Okay, so you must gazette before implementation.
I suppose so.
Did they start implementation before gazetting? Because I want to believe that
it becomes law
when it is gazetted. Exactly.
So it becomes law once it's gazetted.
They should not have even implemented before gazetted. So if they have gazetted, the National Assembly is supposed to have a copy.
They do.
Like somebody right here that.
Let him finish.
So what that means is that both the National Assembly and the executive arm of the government derailed somehow in this process, because if they have gazetted and upon the day of gazetting the law, it's supposed to be given a copy to not only the National Assembly. Nigerians are supposed to have copies. It's supposed to be a public document.
Just make access.
So why did the National Assembly waste this period of time, almost 2, 3, 4 months?
Well, we don't know when it was gazetted.
Delay is dangerous.
Well, we don't know when it was gazetted.
Dangerous, especially in Nigeria.
Exactly.
We don't know when it was gazetted. Jamal, I wanted to say something.
Yes, he talks about, Prof talked about if there are truly some smuggled clauses into the law, then as assented by Mr. President,
It's no longer a law.
There is no longer a law. Well, with all due respect, I would beg to disagree. Disagree in the sense that, yes, the law principle of separation of powers is there. Now, there's what they call presumption of regularity in law. When the National Assembly finishes their procedure of enactment of laws and is transferred to the president to assent, whatever the president assented to at that material time becomes a law. Now, the fraud we see some persons do in practice, both in law, those also in accounts where they said write 2,000, you add another 0 to an already signed document. You add another 0 is what is maybe trying to take its legs to the presidency. Now, in one of these programs, on one of these Saturdays, I discuss about deed of conveyance, where you see some persons will come to a community to say they want to buy a land, 2 hectares of land, without a survey plan. They will bring their lawyer, write the agreement without attaching a survey plan. Then they will now produce a plan after payment, and the principal members of that family or community have assented to. They will now go and produce a survey plan. Rather than reflecting 2 acres of land, it will now be 5 or 6. But they have signed a document. And so when it is time for the people to come and take over their land, they say, no, we sold 2 plots to you. But no, the document, the survey plan is saying it's 12. That's exactly what the federal government is doing. Assuming that allegation is true. Yes. In the Electoral Act, we heard about some sections were smuggled out. The original Electoral Act of 2020, is it 2022?
That's the most recent one.
Yes, the most recent one. Some sections of that law were smuggled out, and some smuggled in, especially the one that has to do with INEC monitoring of political parties and their Congress. The mandatoriness of INEC to monitor political parties was removed to make it the INEC shall monitor. Ordinarily, it should be shall. Mandatory. But that mandatoriness was removed.
At what point was it removed?
Are you asking me?
Okay.
It's the same thing that is happening here.
No, but I want to know at what point was it removed?
I wouldn't know. Maybe at the point of transmission.
So if it's at the point of transmission, it means it was done by legislators.
Fine. So even on this particular one, it may have been done, assuming that it is real.
So let's assume that Dasuki was not aware, or Dasuki is not aware that his bosses altered parts of the law.
I don't know.
Is that what you're saying?
What are you saying?
No, is that what you're suggesting?
No, you are the one calling Dasuki.
No, Dasuki is the lawmaker, is the rep member that raised the initial alarm.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
So they all sat in plenary. They agreed. The committees did their work.
Yes.
As a committee of the whole, they endorsed the document.
Yes.
Right? House of Reps moved theirs. They set up a harmonization committee.
Yes.
Right? That looked at Senate and Rep.
Yes.
Put it as one document.
Yes.
And then it was passed. Right? Mr. President was ready. In June, he put his pen.
Akpabio and Abbas.
They were all present. Put his signature on it. Right? That's what we're saying.
Yes.
So you are saying that it's likely that after Dasuki witnessed and participated at plenary, his bosses went and said, with the exec, they sat down to say, change this one. We don't need to come back to the National Assembly. We'll go to the courts. We can by ourselves arrest you, deduct the money from your account, and proceed to the next one. Change this clause. Change this clause. It's possible now. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's what we are saying.
Exactly.
It's possible.
Exactly.
Yes, it's possible that it could be a conspiracy.
And that's the point I'm making. No. Kelly. I think we need to correct one impression here because we have listeners who are listening to us.
It's a national life.
Because if we have, like last speaker gave an instance of deed of conveyance, where some people, fraudulently, right, want to doctor another thing, to show proof of ownership of a parcel of land, which is fraud. So if we take that example and juxtapose it to what has happened to our tax law, with this assuming that
supposedly happened to
exactly that alteration is real now, which means that's another fraudulent act by the executive arm for extrapolating what originally the National Assembly did not.
It could be the legislative arm, not even the executive arm.
Okay, it could be the.
It could be the executive working in cahoots with the legislature.
And whoever it may be from the executive arm of the government. They have usurped the functions of National Assembly by altering.
They have such power.
They have. So I am saying that for them to have done that fraudulently, that cannot be a law. That aspect that has been ordered cannot be a law.
How do you prove
it?
Yes,
how do you prove it?
How do you prove it?
No. I said we are assuming that point of divergence. If
our lawmakers came out to say, they came out and said,
it will take the leadership of the National Assembly. It will take the leadership of the National Assembly.
Okay.
To say this is not what we transmitted.
Because
they are not a member.
Okay, so no, let's understand everything now.
Exactly.
Let's understand. See, he is saying that on the assumption that the leadership of the National Assembly, they are not aware of these alterations.
Yes.
It did not come from them, right? They did a document. They worked on a document and moved that document to the executive.
Simple.
Yes. What the executive signed and what is in circulation now is
from-
different from what they as an institution worked on.
Yes. Fine.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
If the National Assembly were to stand up to this, let's assume that they do their investigation and it's found and confirmed. Truly, what we sent and what is here are different.
Exactly.
If the National Assembly comes out to speak to say this is a problem, wouldn't it invalidate what the president said?
Exactly.
Okay, so they still have to
make laws.
Yes, it will not invalidate.
They cannot make
take
laws.
it to
Executive
a court of
government
law.
cannot make laws.
So
without passing
they
through
still
the
have to
National
take it to the
Assembly.
court of law.
Yes, sir. We are talking intellectually here. I'm sorry with due respect to you, Prof.
That's what we are
understand.
doing.
I understand.
I'm
Please
talking from the intellectual point of view.
Don't see that I'm challenging.
No.
What we are saying, Kelly, under our constitution, we have the judicature, legislature, and
being
executive.
surprised of we are talking intellectually?
You understand?
Come on,
You understand the point now?
Yes.
What I'm saying is this: assuming so that the purported allegations are true by the confirmed by the National Assembly.
Yes.
As the case may be, that's not what you say.
Yes, exactly.
Good. Whereas the president has already done what?
Assented
to it. What now happens? That law still remains a law as it is, it might be a law that is defective. Now, how do you now withdraw that law? How do you now, it is either the legislature will recall, amend it to now suit what their intentions were, and now repass. Then that is the only way you can.
So they cannot set it aside.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying now. That is they are the ones that will do what now? Record that particular law, alter it to suit what originally it was.
No, let me understand. Let me understand. We're talking about a law. You say it's a law.
Yes,
it has already been signed.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
Let's assume these allegations are true.
Yes,
the law becomes defective.
Fine.
That is technically
that's
defective law.
Excuse me. It becomes defective,
right?
Yes, until a seal is now placed on it, either by the courts.
So. Is it the courts that would declare it invalid?
The courts can declare law invalid. The court is the one that will declare the law invalid.
It is the court.
The National Assembly also they can say this law will pass, or we initiate a process, which is the normal way of amendment of the law.
No, but if they took the route of amending it,
yes,
would it stop it from being implemented?
As they are about to amend it, until they have finished the amendment, the law will be enforced.
But I'm contending that the executive has no power to make laws.
Let me give you an example.
To make laws.
The Electoral Act.
Because there's a due process. There's a process.
The Electoral Act that was amended 2022. Before that amendment was now passed into law, the old law was the existing law. It was when the 2022 law was now passed and assented to that it now became operational. You understand the point? So we must not
the executive has no right to make any law.
Kelly, I am not a lawyer at all.
They don't have
but
right
let
to
me
make
tell
laws.
you, this situation we are discussing is quite different from even the amendment of the electoral law and all that. See what the lawmaker Dasuki said, which Emmanuel Ndukwe, who is not hard of hearing, heard. See, he said, we have two chambers of the National Assembly. Now, in their harmonized version, whichever one the reps came up with and the Senate came up with, they harmonized. And that means they have one mind. Everything is one now as coming from the legislator. They submitted that single one to the executive.
Oh, wow.
Now, when the executive gazetted, what they gave them is different from what was gazetted. And that's a big infraction.
Exactly.
Anything anybody is telling me, whether legally or not, it will not be a law. See, let me tell you.
It remains a law, sir.
It cannot be.
No. They didn't interject when you were speaking. No. By Adams, no, sir. You forget it is fine. Someone else has to speak.
Let me tell you, Adam. See.
You are guarding me, no problem. You can always be guarded.
Please, no, we don't mind.
See, what I'm saying is this. It's not that. Whatever, if you say it's a law, maybe technically. And I don't believe in this technical whatever. Because you remember that Boko Haram was defeated technically. Yes. Don't we have it today? See, no, it's just the same thing.
It's not.
Now, what I'm saying is,
It's not, sir.
when you have that law, if it is different from what the National Assembly that has the onus of making laws has come up, is it not fraudulent in the first place?
Usurpation of functions.
Okay.
Now,
outright
see,
usurpation.
let me just wrap it up.
The angle you are looking at.
Mr. Nduka, please continue. Mr. Nduka, please continue.
So what I'm just saying in summary is that, for me, if they verify, because remember I keep on saying it's an allegation at this stage.
Yeah.
If in the end it's verified, whether in the court or wherever, and they found out that this discrepancy existed, one would have expected the executive to say back to the National Assembly that look at all that we have inserted. We made mistakes, perhaps at that time forgot it, but we have done it. And if the National Assembly leadership, both chambers, ratify that, it will then be a law. Because they are the people that make law, not the executive.
Exactly.
So can we have a case where which
law now?
Can we have a case where
you don't have the right to make such laws?
I wouldn't accept that now.
Let me say something.
I don't understand why we won't understand that position.
You don't have a right to make law, and you put in something.
If you were Supreme Court judge, you will be basing your argument on the judgment of technicalities.
In the principle of separation of powers, do you believe that the court also make laws?
Well, judicial president, judicial review.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On this matter, let me say something.
They have that. But the executive has no power to make laws.
It is unfortunate that we are discussing our national life in this way. That a document that should guide Nigerians.
The power has come again.
I'll slow down. I'll slow down.
Bring water for him.
It is very unfortunate that what should guide our national conduct in terms of. The issue is when we are talking about this matter as if it's a child's play, it's an important factor that everyone in government and national government must be conscious of it. Because it's also portraying our national image in a bad way. That ordinary paper that can be corrected without headache is what will take us litigation. And we are trying to tell Nigerians that we shall follow suit to make sure that this style regime works in Nigeria come 2026. There should be clear-cut agenda. There should be a human face to it. Ordinarily, for me as a Nigerian, I feel pitied that what we don't even need to argue that something has been smuggled into or in is what we are discussing now, and we have been told
because it's not that straightforward.
That is it. But ordinarily, you should want to be conscious. There will be conscious effort to make it straightforward. But now that's what you call in Nigerian politics dirty game. Just paper. And
it's not just paper.
And the paper to produce money.
It's not just paper.
I agree. But now the parties has come in. Wait for our turn. Wait for us. It's despicable.
All right.
And not acceptable in a way. So for me, like I said before, it should be suspended.
Okay.
Whether it is right or wrong, suspension should be carried out, not emergency.
Okay. I like to ask. How do you rate this statement? Only a fool, hell-bent on a suicidal path, or an outright impostor can dare to challenge President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027. Vice President Kashim Shettima. Jamala.
So?
How do you rate this statement?
Kelly, because of the position of that, will I say, author or this person who made that statement. Yes. I'm trying to see if I can censor my choice of words. I would have said it is the fool that also made that statement. I would have said, in other words, I didn't say.
You didn't say.
Yes. So that is where I'm finding myself.
Think it's a bit reckless?
Extremely reckless.
Extremely reckless.
And it's coming from a second man in the country.
But it's not the first time we're hearing him speak
in a democratic system of government.
Well, you also added it. It's a democracy, so
that is very soon you see there's this article I'm working upon, a modified democracy, the Nigerian model. And so we would like to see how the concept of democracy indeed has been given to us by the Supreme Court in the decision of AG Adamawa and others against the Federation. You want to just deliver respect to the Yes. So that decision alone defines what Nigerian system of democracy is. So, but it is embarrassing that our second most important man in Nigeria who made that kind of statement. I believe, I thought he would have been in a military regime. Then maybe we would say so, but I do not see, if we are to probe that statement further, what his premises to get into that conclusion, it will lack words.
No, but the premise will be Tinubu's pedigree.
What
Tinubu's
are the
pedigree.
yardstick of measurement of the pedigree?
How Tinubu fought for democracy. How Tinubu.
Kelly, I don't know.
He literally said Tinubu is the face of opposition. That if not for the activism of Tinubu, there wouldn't have been an opposition in Nigeria.
Who says so?
Shetima.
In 2023.
Sorry, just hold your thought. I have to go for a commercial break. When we come back, you continue. Please stay with us if you want to continue.
I will not continue.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Ogu's Youth Empowerment and Community Development Organization, in collaboration with the Opata Traditional Council, proudly presents Opata Unity Cup Final.
So stand up for the champions, stand up.
This grand celebration of football and unity will be chaired by the Ahoda East Local Government Chairman, Honorable Solomon Abuba Ochoma. Royal Father of the Day, His Majesty Eze Noble Friday Uwo, CSP retired, King of Ancient Ahoda Kingdom the Fourth, Igwehoda. Royal Host, Nudu Felix Enene Utuaripo, PhD, DSSRS, Nudu Opata Kingdom the Third. Distinguished Guest of Honor, Right Honorable Barrister Edison Ogenye Ike, PhD, DSSRS. And joining us, football legends, Finidi George, former Super Eagles coach, and Austin Eguavo, Super Eagles technical director. Date, Saturday, December 27, 2025. Venue, UPE School Field, Edowa, in Ahoda East LGA of River State. Time, 2 p.m. kickoff time. Come one, come all. Witness electrifying football between Edowa FC and Ekata FC. Cultural displays, music, and the spirit of unity that binds us together. Chief Reason Olimini, Chairman, Justice Egbe, Secretary, Organizing Committee, announcers.
Stand up.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Happy Christmas and a prosperous New Year to our listeners. I am Sandra Kenneth, your community and education reporter from Today 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Joint Health Sector Unions, JOHESA, has rejected calls to suspend its ongoing nationwide strike, insisting that any decision on the industrial action must be taken collectively by its affiliated unions. The union said it has made its position clear to the federal government's negotiation committee that it cannot unilaterally call off the strike without consulting its members. JOHESA President Kabiru Minjibe explained that although the government's committee urged the unions to suspend the strike following recent engagements, the leadership declined and resolved instead to convene an expanded National Executive Council meeting. According to him, the meeting, expected to hold possibly before Christmas, will allow members to deliberate and take a collective position on the way forward. JOHESA, an umbrella body comprising unions such as the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, the Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, and other senior and non-academic staff unions in health and research institutions, said the strike would remain in force until members decide otherwise. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has approached the Supreme Court in a legal dispute arising from the suspension of Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpotudwagan. Court documents dated December 1, 2025 indicates that Akpabio is seeking to overturn a recent judgment of the Court of Appeal Abuja Division, which struck out the federal government's brief of argument in the matter. The appellant court had ruled that the brief was incompetent for failing to comply with mandatory provisions of the Court of Appeal rules. The justice found that the document breached several procedural requirements, including the use of the wrong font size and line spacing, exceeding the prescribed 35-page limit, and failing to obtain leave of court to depart from the rules. Dissatisfied with the outcome, the Senate President has now asked the Apex Court to set aside the proceedings of November 28, 2025, nullify the judgment, and grant him leave to refile his brief in line with the rules. The Defense Headquarters has announced the implementation of robust and proactive security measures to prevent attacks during the Christmas festivities across Nigeria. According to the military, the armed forces of Nigeria, working closely with other security agencies, have intensified operations in identified vulnerable areas in ensuring the safety of citizens during the holiday period. As part of the measures, additional troops have been deployed to strategic locations and major routes nationwide, while special forces units and air support elements have been placed on high alert to guarantee rapid response capabilities. The DHQ further disclosed that unit commanders have been directed to strengthen patrols, establish fortified checkpoints, and deepen collaboration with community leaders, local vigilante groups, and state security formations. Citizens, however, have been urged to remain calm but vigilant and to promptly report any suspicious activities to the nearest security formation, with assurances that all reports will be treated with urgency and confidentiality. On the foreign scene, Japan is set to resume operations at the world's largest nuclear power plant, Kashiwazaki Kariwa, following approval by the Niigata Prefectural Assembly. Lawmakers passed a vote of confidence in the governor, who endorsed the partial restart last month, effectively clearing the way for the facility to resume operations after more than a decade offline. The decision marks a significant step in Japan's gradual return to nuclear energy, reversing policies adopted after the 2011 Fukushima disaster that led to the shutdown of all 54 reactors nationwide. Since then, concerns over carbon emissions, energy security, and high cost of imported fossil fuels have driven successive governments to reopen selected plants despite persistent public opposition. The restart has reignited debate within Niigata, where residents remain divided over safety concerns. That's it on the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you for staying with us. We have Maureen from Nuns Luxury Homes join us this morning. Welcome, Maureen.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Tell us the news from Nuns Luxury Homes.
Okay, hello people of Nuns Luxury. Hello people of River State. Nuns Luxury Home. Don't carry better just come to now. For this December, they introduced Nuns Garden Estate Omagwa. Nuns Garden Estate Omagwa na better place when we say the land fine well and we dey on promo now. Our promo price now na 1.8 million naira. If you are paying outright payment na 1.8 million. Now we dey sell now as they hot they come collect the land. But for people when we say they no get that money to pay, they no get that 1.8 million naira to pay, you no worry, we get how we take the do am. You go pay, you go start with 500,000 naira, then we go break am for you for like 3 months and 6 months. You go pay small. But for that one, you no go pay 1.8 million naira. That one no be outright again. That one now you go pay 2 million naira because not only 1.8 million na be our promo price for outright payment. But for people when we say you no get the money, you just want like but you won't get the land, we go help you break and that one now you go make your first deposit of 500,000 naira. Then you come pay complete of 2 million naira, either 3 months or 6 months. It depends on the one when your hand go fit carry. And my people, this December now, December time when we say you need to get something for yourself, as they give yourself Christmas gift. If you see use land, they give yourself Christmas gift because now land when be say now buy and build if you have to just buy am, you go start building immediately. We know they give you story. We know they tell you say make you wait like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 1 year before you start the building. No, you have to just they buy am, you they build, because people around there already don't they build now. Buy and build now be the land, and the land now now people when they around us there they sell am 4.5 million naira, 4.5 million. But we now when be non-garden estate say make everybody be landlord and landlady for the place. So now make us they sell and that's 1.8 million naira outright payment. So now people when say you know they hear me, more na collect on biro and paper, ma call our phone number for now. Our number now 0808 414 6285. Make us still call them again for now 0808 414 6285. Or for people when be say if you call this first number you know still go, if you still call the second number when be 0913 238 2724. Make us still call them again for now 0913 238 2724. And our office address there for number 120 Road, Airport, Igritale. Come, we go carry you go for the place when the land day. And our site inspection are every day from Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We know they give you story as you come. We don't carry you, go show you where the land day. And what you go understand, be say as we they give you the land, you they pay us the money, we they allocate you immediately. We know they say may you wait, say after we go allocate you. No, we they allocate you immediately as they hot, you they collect your land. We know they even they tell you after you don't pay for like months, 3 months before you go fit do anything. You fit just the pack sand, they come, they start your building immediately. Now so we they do one for non-garden estate. And non-garden estates, no bush entry, no bush entry, no drinking money. We just come with your money, the land will be your own. And make us still call our phone number again for now when be 0808 414 6285. Make us still call them again, make una hear 0808 414 6285. And our second number now 091 323 282724. Make us still call them again for now 0913 2838 2724. We they give feed deed or content and instant location. And remember, say once you pay complete 1.8 million naira outright, we will give you one bag of rice, because this period is not easy for you to bring out 1.8 million naira when you supposed to celebrate with your family. Can't still use and can't go buy land. It's not easy. Now make us when we say if you buy the land, we go give you one bag of rice, may you take enjoy with your family this period. And for people when be say you no get that 1.8 million naira to pay outright payment, if you just deposit 1 million, we'll still give you one bag of rice, because it's not still easy again. But for people when be say you no still get that 1 million naira to deposit, no worry, non-garden estate got your bag. That one be say you go pay 500,000 naira as first deposit, then we go help you spread that one for like 3 months and 6 months. So make us still call our number for now again 0808 414 6285. Make us still call them again 0808 414 6285. And our second number now 0913 238 2724. Our inspection days now every day from Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Our office address therefore number 120 Road, International Airport Road by Igritale. As you they come, we they carry you go show you where the land dey. And also make una still remember say land na asset, while rent na money take out.
Okay, so again, let's go over where the property is located.
Okay, the property where our property dey now for Omagwa. If you dey come from International Airport roundabout, it's just 5 minutes drive to AP Junction. Now that around that area now in the land dey. And if you dey come from Alo Aziz from Uniport, it's just 3 minutes drive to where the land dey.
Okay, those paying installment, what's the plan for them?
Okay, that one now be say as you dey pay for that, you first deposit that your 500,000 naira.
Is that the minimum deposit?
Yes, that is the minimum deposit, 500,000 naira. Then we go, show you, we go carry you, go show you where the land dey. We go tell you, say, see where your land dey. We go allocate you immediately after you don't pay finish. Then come give you your fee deed of conveyance.
Can the person choose where the land is in an area, right?
Yes.
So the person can choose.
Yes, you can choose the particular place where you say you want.
Okay.
Say, this location, I like this place, I like where this land dey. We go give you immediately. We know they tell you story. We know they tell you, say, no, we no go fit give you for year. Hey, that place, that particular place when you say now you want, now we go give you. We know they tell you story at all.
Even for persons paying installments?
Yes.
So they only take ownership of the land when they complete their payment?
Yes.
So how much will be the complete payment now?
The complete payments go be 2 million naira. No, be 1.8. No. That 1.8 now people when say then they pay outright payments.
Okay.
If they pay once, now that one now they give 1.8 million. I make can be promo price. But people when say they no get the complete money, but they need to get the land. Now that one now we go collect 500,000. Help them spread the money for 3 months, 6 months. That one now they will come pay 2 million naira, no be 1.8 million again.
Okay. So documents that they receive?
Yes, document that they go receive fee deed of conveyance.
Okay.
Now then go receive an instant allocation. We know they tell them story. We know they say come after you will come collect. No, we allocate you immediately. Then the land will be your own.
So your phone numbers and physical address.
Okay, our phone number now 0808. Our phone number now 0808 414 6285. Make us still call them again. No, 0808 414 6285. And our second number now 09091 323 82724. Make us still call them again 0913 238 2724. And our office address therefore number 120 Airport Road, Igritali.
All right. So final words for people that doubt non-luxury homes.
Okay, non-luxury home na land where be say na we when be company we know they give story like as you dey come we know they tell you say make this na me go carry me when be morning I go carry you go where the site dey you go see am for yourself. We know they tell you say we go come carry you go say see the point road. No, we dey carry you go where the land dey. You dey see am for yourself. They see where the land dey. Na so we dey do am. And Nurse Garden estate they say many estates dey 41924 non-luxury home no dey like that. We dey give you as dey hot. We know they get issue because we sef we no want issue for this country. So you need to trust us. Come buy the land with us.
All right. Thank you so much, Maureen from Non-Luxury Home, for making the time to be here today.
Thank you, sir.
All right. To return to our conversation in a bit, please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue. Okay, so let me quickly flip to Facebook. I see few reactions this morning on opinion poll. Okay, so I asked the announced rescue or release of the rest of the children and their teachers from captivity, okay, in Niger State. Is that a good Christmas gift? right? So Francis Ewong, indeed a good Christmas gift for the nation, especially to the families of the victims. I hope this wouldn't repeat itself. As for the tax law, the executive should be fully investigated, and if there is actually discrepancy, the National Assembly should quickly begin the process of impeachment of the president because he's out to deceive the Nigerian people. All right. The others just didn't care so much about it. Let's go to General Post. Dr. Mrs. Malibera, of what use is it that more money accrued to the government and the masses suffer emotional trauma, excruciating pains? What is the essence of paying taxes when subsidy, which is the only dividend of democracy we benefit from government, has been removed? Okay, so she's on one of those moments of speaking on things that bother her. So let's leave it. Charlie Manobianoze, terrorists released the remaining 130 Catholic school children. This is serious. How? Who released them? Who did the negotiation? Why no arrests of the abductors? This is a complete failure on the part of the APC government. Here, Daniel, thank God for the release of St. Mary's School children who were abducted. It shows that the federal government has practically mastered a way of eradicating insecurity in the country. However, our security approach shouldn't be publicized. The NSA should talk less and act more, including ministers and the force. Onyema Sylvester Kanayo, good morning. Compliment of the season. Publish certified copies of tax laws in 7 days or face court action. It will beat my imagination that our National Assembly will pass a law and our executive will gazette another to favor their intentions. But why not put your intentions knowing that Akpabio and Co. will not reject it? My thinking, yeah. But then the bill had a lot of opposition, fierce opposition, so maybe. Belma Fibika, Nigeria and U.S. seal $2.1 billion health deal with focus on Christian-run facilities. There must be a monitoring team to witness such a deal from the grassroots. Okay. KM Hosfall, good morning. On the alteration of the new tax law, even though not verified, we can see the importance of a multi-party system. All right. Those are some of the contributions on Facebook this morning. Let's return to the Vice President's statement. Let me go to Jamala. Do you still have to say something?
No, let me.
You're done. Professor Warner, how do you rate the statement of the Vice President?
It's one of those vacuous statements by some of our public officers, that mock the intellect. What that simply means also is that the Vice President knows that it appears we are conquered species. They have conquered us. The people are no longer relevant in supposedly a democratic system. Democracy abhors any form of influence or coercion. In a democratic system of government, the people can exercise their political sovereignty, wherein they can decide who should be their leader in free, fair, and credible election. They are aware that these things are no longer tenable. I wonder the kind of democracy we operate here.
Now, you didn't hear the president say that he is a constitutional Democrat.
Well, he's entitled to his...
He was there when the Vice President made this...
Yeah, remark. He's entitled to his opinion.
Oh.
But then it also means that when you say such things, we should be able to see your antecedents to know whether actually they conform, in reality with what you are saying, and to begin to also appraise you based on your actions and inactions. It's not just enough to say that, but you are aware of the fact that in this dispensation, of course, opposition is almost grounded to a halt, to the fact that it may not be by brute force, but by maybe dangling the carrot. There's a carrot approach towards, dislodging opposition in this country. And that possibly could explain why you have this spate of defection to APC. Sometimes where government say, well, I know you are aware that you have very bad record, and that can even take you to jail. So join us and your sins will be forgiven. You know that we can protect you, and you come back for second tenure. Just come and your second tenure is granted. These are some of the things we are seeing in this country. And somebody saying he's a constitutional democrat, you know. And what we see, of course, is that we are constantly crucifying democracy in this country, you know. And of course, the kind of democracy we operate, the party system, liberal democracy, we expect that you have opposition. We have, you know, plethora of choices to make, you know, within that dispensation.
Okay.
But unfortunately, from what we are seeing, it appears the Nigerian state is almost becoming a one-party state, you know, where everybody, you know, seem to have decided to join APC. So for me, that's a vacuous statement. I'm not surprised, because these are, you know, reactionary forces that work against democracy in this country.
No.
For me, that statement is a threat, first of all, to democracy itself. It's also a threat to national security. Now, look at it very well. We are talking about election. And you are telling people, you are threatening people not to even have the mind to contest. So in a way, you are telling Nigeria that there will be no election and somebody will emerge. And on which mandate? You know, today we are singing one mandate. The mandate should be of the people.
You know, as you said of which mandate, I wanted to sing this song.
You know, we have now. There is a way that we have done. We are giving to our democracy today that it is only one person. Like we sing, on your mandate we stand. It should be on your mandate, on the mandate of the people. But who gave the leaders mandate? The people, with my own human understanding. So what Shetima has said, well, he's trying to, well, some months ago, we've heard that there was a kind of shake that would have even removed him from even having access to maybe having man to come for second term as maybe vice president. Maybe that has been in a way resolved. So that has given him room now to threaten Nigerians who may be having mind to contest election come 2027. For me, this statement is not necessary for now, because if we are looking at the volatile nature of this nation, we shouldn't be talking like this, because it will give room to anarchy. We are trying to see, we have so many non-state actors carrying guns in Nigeria, and you are threatening people not to even have the mind to come and contest. So what do you want? You are giving room for violence. And for me as a Nigerian who also thinks about this nation, I feel our political leaders should be mindful of their public statement, because the height of insecurity in this country is about also our style of life. We shouldn't be, but politically speaking, when you look at the nature of politics we play in this country and the style of life of politicians, it's giving room for anarchy. We shouldn't be. But for this second, what we call number two person in the country to have said this, what is it trying to arch for Nigerians? Is it what will make us to be happy? Is it what will make us to live in peace? No. Right. This segment alone, like I've said before, is a threat to democracy, and ordinarily, maybe it's coming from those in power. If it were coming from those who are outside power, this, I believe DSS should have interviewed, at least interrogated him. Why must you say this at the critical time of the nation? Because ordinarily, for me as a Nigerian, this statement is uncalled for.
All right.
And our leaders should desist from using such statement to, in a way, threaten people who are in the who may be having mind to come up to consider election, maybe in any particular party. So for me, that statement is not acceptable in a way.
Vice Adams.
Okay. The statement by the vice president is a political statement.
It's not a bit reckless.
I'm coming. It's a political statement, and with due respect, it is pangoistic. You know, when I use the word pangoistic, is that the president took pangerism too far. That is, when you want to ululate and praise a particular person you support. you support the person, but you are carried away. You are carried away, and you now begin to make statements of that nature. Instead of being a great orator, people were clapping for you.